Ladies and gentlemen, how are you out there in internet land? My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I am joined tonight by my co-host and colleague, fellow content creator Ruben Christopher Haynes. This is Election Night 2023 coverage from the electronic Front Porch. We are going to be here for Lord only knows how long, talking about races and results coming in from all over the country. We've got some stuff pulled up, and we are looking forward to having you here with us. So we are on YouTube, we are on Twitter, we are on Rumble. As you start to come into the room, do me some favors as always. Number one, send out a tweet, send out a Gettr, send out a Truth Social, tell your friends, stop on by. Also, in that vein, when you're passing along messages to your friends, tell them that if there are races that they want us to talk about, give us a place, give us a name. If it's a ballot initiative, whatever it may be, we'll pull it up on the screen and we'll talk. We want this to be as much an interactive thing as is possible. So give us a shout. We're going to be here tonight. Ruben, I will throw it over to you, my friend. How are you tonight?
Doing well. I'm doing very well. Thanks for being here. And yeah, election night, again, the precursor to 2024, the first real election. Let's see what's going on here tonight.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and we have good evening. Good evening, Z Highness. How are you tonight, my love? Good to see you here. We have got invitations out to any number of different people. We'll see. Hopefully, they're able to stop by. This stream starts at 6:45 or thereabouts, assuming that we're not late and gay, which we are not. Well, relatively speaking. And we're going to see how far this goes and what happens. We've already had comments. Oh, and yes, Gypsy, I saw this from earlier about the Michigan legislators. Did you hear about this?
No.
This is going to crack. Oh, this will crack you up. While I'm pulling this up, hang on a minute. I got to find this because this will absolutely blow your mind. We're starting to see some results come in, particularly from Kentucky, but we'll get to that here in just a second. I want to throw this up here for Ruben because this is gonna absolutely boggle the mind. Let me find this real fast. It's on the Gateway Pundit. Oh, where are you? Come on. Or am I going to do this off of Twitter? I'm going to do this off of Twitter. Hang on. So, yeah, like I say, we've got results coming in from Kentucky and various other places around the country. We're going to be watching races in Virginia, Commonwealth of Kentucky, Commonwealth of Virginia. So if you got a race out there that you think is of interest and you definitely want us to take a look at, we will be happy to do so. So let me find this. Oh, where was it? Come on. I knew I was tagged in this. Where are you now? Daggone you. Replies, or is it media? Hang on. I'm getting there. See, this is what happens when you let an old timer like me around technology. It just, oh, yeah, here it is. Hang on. I just found it. Let me throw this over to the other screen, and I'll put this up for Ruben. Yeah, you really want to know. Thank God, Ruben, you don't live in Michigan. That's all I'm saying.
Oh,
because
good.
This would absolutely just send you straight up. It does me, because this is just absurd. Take a look at this. Michigan Democrats ending legislature a year early to help unpopular Biden with primaries, avoiding sharing power with the GOP, evade angry voters. Michigan has a full-time legislature, which means it's in session continuously during a 2-year term. Other states, including Texas, have a part-time legislature. The radical left Michigan Democrats, who currently have a 1-vote majority in both the House and Senate, are going into a sine die on Thursday after the day's session ends. One inside staffer in Republican leadership tells the Gateway Pundit, sine die is a term in legislatures, which means the final motion to end its official session term. 2 reasons it's being done. One is to empower the moving up of Michigan's primaries to protect unpopular Joe Biden. And the second is preserve a Democrat control of the legislature even after they lose the majority. Yeah, don't you just love it? Don't you just love it? They're supposed to be in session for 2 years. They're going to basically recess themselves for a whole year, go out and campaign in 2024, and do nothing else of the people's business in Michigan. Absolutely ridiculous.
That's fine. And this is basically, here's the pragmatic answer. The United States of America is a collection of 50 different states. You pick where you choose you live. The state of Michigan has gone this path And then if you don't like it, then you should leave. And if I was living there, I would definitely have left a long time ago.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But
And we're gonna
again,
say,
but again, what happens at one state can migrate to another. That
yep.
is why that's why we have these issues that we clash against.
Mhm.
And this is one. This is basically where the idea of party is more important than the goings on of the state itself.
Sure.
And
Sure.
that goes against what that state is. So these are not legislators anymore. They are advocates for a party.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, I saw that. Gypsy sent that to me, and I went, "Oh, you got to be kidding me!" So, folks, if you're not living in the state of Michigan, thank God that you're not. That's all I'm going to say. So let's say hello to some other folks who dropped by. We have Mr. Robert Lowry, as always. Good to see you. Small Time Republic is here. Miss Leanne, she's bringing the Bloody Marys. Mwah, love you, darling. Yeah, we've got some results already that's come in from Kentucky, and let me throw this up on the screen. Didn't know if this is us or them. Resolution issue with the live stream. Don't know. Maybe it's my internet. I'm not sure.
No, you're fine. I can see you good.
Oh,
Well,
okay. Okay.
through StreamYards, yes, but I don't know about online.
Yeah, that's true. And whatever is considered wacky legislation. Yeah, that's about the truth of it. You are absolutely right, Small Time. You are absolutely right. California is usually the trendsetter for America. And if it ain't coming out of California, it's coming down from New York. So let's take a look, see what we got so far. We're trying to do this off of two different websites. One is the New York Times, and with 8% of the vote in, they've got Bashir 58. They got Cameron, the Republican, 41. Now, keep in mind, this is real early, and we don't know where all the votes coming in from. So we're also going to go over to
What was the tracking beforehand?
it was tracking Cameron in the lead, but then again, it was early. So like I say, we don't know where all the vote is coming in from. We've got some idea, which is why I'm going to throw this now over to Decision Desk, and let's see what they've got so far. They've got about now one lags behind the other just a little bit, which I'm always suspicious of where the New York Times gets their vote from. Generally, in these sort of situations, I like Decision Desk. It's the place where most people will go to see where things are coming in from, and you can start to see the map filling in a little bit. Let me pull this up.
See, now I feel out of place. I should be wearing a hat too, and we should have a cigar or something, and the teletype should be in the background.
Okay, all right, all right. Write that down. Note for next year: sound effects. We need a sound effects for next time. We need a teletype running in the background ever so slowly. You know, we'll get. I know.
I know.
Part of doing this live stream, and I know folks are sitting out there going, "These two are idiots." Good God! Keep in mind, this is the very first time the Electronic Front Porch has hosted this sort of thing. So, I'm getting ideas for future use. So, yeah, we need a teletype sound effect in the background.
Yeah.
Ruben needs no, you don't need a fedora. You need a fez. We need you with a fez and a hookah pipe.
Oh shit! Okay, good.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So, all right, fez. All right, we also need a fez and a hookah pipe. Okay, and everybody's like, "Oh my God, will you two just cool it?" Hookah pipe. Okay.
Well, shit. I feel like a modern Sherlock Holmes. Or
smoking a smoking jacket, a fez, and
exactly.
Okay, and my good friend Miss Mary Redling brings up, well, we don't know yet because polls in Ohio, I believe, close at is it 7 or 7:30? Hang on, I gotta look real quick.
Damn boy. Oh.
Polls close in Ohio. What in the world are you laughing about? 7:30.
Oh, nothing. When anybody else is on screen, they start to type P-O, and you wonder what comes up after. Just kidding.
Okay, never mind. All right, Robert's on top of it for us. He's got Ohio's polls closing are at 7:30. Now, if you're not familiar with issue 1, there is a ballot initiative to put abortion on basically into the Constitution of the state of Ohio. And some people are very upset with the way that thing is worded because they're like, some people feel it's far more broad than just saying, okay, abortion is allowable in the state of Ohio. Some people will argue the way that that thing is written, it's so broad, it will like let in or guarantee partial birth abortion, which is very unpopular in the state of Ohio. So there was a ballot initiative trying to get a 60% majority in order to be able to put something on the ballot, which I frankly disagreed with. But now we've got a ballot initiative on the question of abortion. So we're going to track that one to see how it goes as well. So let's go back to Kentucky, see if anything new has come in yet.
So
And
Ohio doesn't allow abortion right now?
well, I'm assuming like most states, it allows it, but just under certain circumstances. Apparently, this is trying to either broaden it out
Oh, make it more
or,
broad.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, exactly. So New York Times is showing 12% of the vote in with with Bashir leading. But then again, it's real early and we don't know where all the vote is coming in from. There's a lot of this that will get filled in with the passing of time. I mean, for example, you'll notice certain counties are coming in right now. Now, whether all these stay blue or whether all these stay red, we'll wait and see. I mean, for example, this is, you find which county we're talking. This is Jefferson, which is going to be a Democrat stronghold. At this point, Bashir's doing very well. You go down the south, you got a place like Pulaski County, much smaller in population, but you can see that Cameron, the Republicans, cleaning up here. So there are going to be places all around the state where each candidate's going to do very well, and we'll see how the vote fills in with time. So at this point, they're saying 27% of the vote is in that particular county. We broaden it back out. 11% is in statewide. Bashir's got a lead, but then again, like I said, it's real early. And Robert is, hold on. Abortion is allowed up to 15 weeks. They want all the way to birth. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what everybody's starting to get worried about. Hello, Mr. John McGarvey. I think you are a first timer here with us on the Electronic Front Porch. We're glad to have you. Do they count the mail-in ballots first? I am assuming that would be the case because they would have to go in priority of how they're brought in. So I will assume that's absolutely the case. They'd have to count the mail-in first. So we'll keep an eye on this one, going forward. But yeah, Ruben, I like the way that you phrased it when you first came on, and that is, this is going to be a precursor to 24. People are going to be watching the results of this race to try and figure out, what does this mean for next year? I don't know. I mean, the governor's race in Kentucky, I think this is going to be a really good test, maybe more than anywhere else, because this is supposed to be Trump country, and you've got a Democrat governor who is popular. But if Kentucky is supposedly as Trump as everybody says it is, does that translate over to Daniel Cameron beating a popular Democrat incumbent governor? So, that is yet remains to be seen tonight.
Well, I take it. I'm taking it now from a very pragmatic point of view. All politics is local. If the governor is popular and the state is doing well, then so be it. It doesn't matter. To me, it doesn't matter. But if they pull any shenanigans like they did in Michigan, then that's a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, we're going to be here for quite a good while tonight, folks. Like I said, we've got invitations out to any number of friends of the front porch to stop by. We're trying to get a hold of some candidates. I mentioned this the other night. We've reached out to Jessica Fensky. We've reached out to Elizabeth Galushow to see if they'd like to come on and say some words. Hopefully they're able to do so. But we've reached out to old friends like Flagrant Trigger, Crash Mondo, Peter Feliciano, Mike Harlow. Hopefully they're able to stop by. We'll see. But if not, you have the pleasure of our company for the evening. And boy, are you really lucky. So, yeah, exactly. And they are lucky. Daggone it, they're getting us. They could be stuck with a bunch of stuffed shirts. Instead, they've got us. Okay. So, yeah, we're gonna have fun. Like I said, we want this to be as interactive a process as possible. So, like we've said, and we'll keep saying it throughout the night. If you have races or initiatives around the country, wherever you are that you'd like for us to track, let us know. I mean, we've got it. Both of us have access to our computers. We have access to everything we need. We'll try and do our best to get you results on it, pull it up, that sort of thing. There's other races around the country aside from the one we're looking at right now. The polls are going to close. They're just now closing in Mississippi, and they're just now closing in Virginia. Now, Virginia's got a bunch of state legislative races, which everybody's trying to keep an eye on. So right now, the Republicans have control of the House of Delegates, and I believe the Democrats have a one seat control in the state Senate. And Youngkin's very popular over there, Republican governor elected in 2021. So we'll see what kind of magic he can work. But it's going to be a really interesting night for everybody. So looks like more of the vote is coming in, and this thing is going to tighten up, and it's starting to do so already. Let me pull back up Decision Desk. I'll let you take a look at what we're talking about. With 14% of the vote is in, Bashir's still got a lead,
Right.
but it will tighten. And like I say, it's like, oh my gosh, it's a 19-point lead. No. Just keep in mind the western part of the state has not started to report in yet. So we'll see where this vote starts coming in from. So this is going to be for both camps. It's going to be a very, very long night.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, there's races, state house races in Virginia at 8:00. Polls will close in New Jersey, Pennsylvania. At 9:00, they'll close out in Colorado. In New York, they'll close at 9 p.m. And like I say, we're keeping an eye on some city council races, which with most coverage around the internet or even on network television, they don't focus on city council races. But because we've talked with some people who are running, Jessica Fensky out in Colorado, in Arvada, and also Elizabeth Galusho in New York City, we want to definitely keep up with what they're doing. And like I say, hopefully they're both able to come on tonight. So, you know, Ruben and I have been kicking around this idea of doing these live streams on election nights for a little while now. And like I say, this is the very first one that we're doing. So, I've always joked around and said that my channel is a string and tin can operation. We promise that every time we do one of these, we're going to get better at it. So for the first time we're doing it tonight, so far, my internet hasn't conked out on me, and I managed to brush my teeth and shave before I came on here. So I consider it to be a pretty good night so far. I don't know about you, Ruben, but
Oh, and I'm good. And for me, I haven't shaved because I'm doing the No Shave November. I'm doing doing a donation to share the love. It's basically an organization that helps families with dealing with cancer patients. So that's my thing.
Okay. Yeah. Now he and I both follow another content creator by the name of Culture Casino, who it's his birthday today, as I understand it. So happy birthday, Culture.
Hey, birthday,
But now,
sir.
if you've ever seen that dude, he is about as woolly as it gets.
Oh yeah.
He looks like Grizzly Adams on steroids with glasses. Um, now, hang on a second. Yes, I have pants on. Okay, just because this camera is me above the belt, I have the good decency to have clothing on. Thank you very much, Mary. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness, I tell you that the people that
Do you want me
tune
to
into this
answer that?
show. No, don't answer that.
Okay, I won't.
Thank you. I mean, what you do in the privacy of your own little Neptune over there is your own business. But for
I'm getting
me,
there. Yeah.
okay, exactly.
Yeah. See.
So,
Yeah. Planet Neptune, pants optional.
well, you know how those mermen are that come out of the sea. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Other.
But that is what's freaky because it does feel like I am a merman now.
Okay.
No, I'm serious. It does. It's weird.
Let me check on something here because somebody said something in chat.
Oh my.
Let's see. They're saying you are silent, but I'm not sure if that's your internet or if that's on his side of us. I'm asking him real quick. But yeah, we're going to be here for quite a while this evening. It's currently 7 o'clock Eastern. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. This is Ruben Christopher Haynes. We are doing election coverage from around the country. We've already figured out so far we need a teletype sound for next time. And we've also figured out that Ruben needs a fez, a smoking jacket, and a hookah pipe. So, we'll be taking notes of various things to do to improve our coverage for future events.
Yeah.
We're getting into a very interesting period as far as what's going on. There's a Republican debate tomorrow night. I know it's shocking that everyone's just
Who?
on pins and yeah, really on pins and needles waiting for that event. And Ruben, I want to get your take on this because I have heard more than one person say, "Why are we even doing this?" Donald Trump has a 30 or 40 point lead. Why are these guys wasting their time like this? I mean, is it even worth it for these guys in these other campaigns to go on with this debate?
It's all about the money. People,
Yeah.
corruption, money, influence, and things that shouldn't be in the election. And basically, we have to turn away from that. It's, again, we are going down a very odd path, in my opinion. The references are dystopian science fiction, especially like
Mhm.
Dune, in a way. When you think about it, why Dune? AI. They banned computers in that timeline because the influence. We are being influenced to death, and it's
Yeah.
all a lie. And again, we know in our hearts that something is very wrong with this country and this world. And remember, it's not about Trump. It's about you out there, me doing something. We're doing this because we want to let you know there is still good out there, people that still believe in a good tomorrow. We're not just going to be reporting on what's going to happen. We're going to make some differences and changes. I'm trying to find a place to live. I want a place that I can grow and have roots in and start to make America great again. And it's not a political statement, it's a statement of fact. Because we all want to have our piece of America be great again. We all know Ronald Reagan said it best. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? A simple statement, non-political, is there. It rings true to even to this day. So we know that. That's why we're here to make it happen. And again, please ask questions. I want to be educated too. Because again, I'm taking, like I said, my approach down in life is very pragmatic. I know what's good for me. I'm not going to tell anybody else what to do in their life. If Michigan wants to go off for a whole year and leave the Republicans dry, it's the citizens in that state that did that. But then we take account that that's for us to know. If California does something, we can't let it happen. And that's how we're going to straightforward. So that's why you come here, where you take all the filter and filter it out, and we have the facts. We want to do as best we can and have fun while we're doing it.
Yep, absolutely. And I'm just sending out a real quick tweet while you're talking.
No problem. Yeah, let me know. Because again, that's the one thing that I do not know how to do is know how not to talk. I'll go on. No, I'll talk on any subject. Any subject. And I shit you not, people. If you basically mention anything, quantum dynamics, quantum theory, I can talk about. I can talk on any subject because I am fed up
He
with the
will.
whole thing. I'm fed because here's the thing is I'm fed up with it because again I can say, and I've said it before in my videos. You can look back on my channel. That's what on my channel. I'm fed up with it. I fell for it all. I fell for the lie. Go to school, get a job, do this, blah blah blah. And I saw corruption after corruption after corruption after corruption, and no one was being true to their heart. And it hurt my heart that I didn't see any truth. So I just basically said, you know what? Screw you all. I'm going to read books, and be good on my own. I'm Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Then I got sick. Then this whole world went upside down. Now you've got me in a corner, but I'm fighting back. And that's why I'm here. Not just to fight back, but to live. And that's why I enjoy being here today, right now.
Absolutely. And we are on YouTube. We are on Rumble. We are on Twitter. We've got Leanne has popped over to Rumble to wrangle our Rumble viewers in line. She's cracking the whip over there for us. No, I'm just kidding. I love all of our Rumble folks. They're very fun, but they're very quiet. They
Does
don't.
she like
They don't.
whips?
I
No, never
I
mind.
don't know if she likes whips or not. That's between her and her husband. Daggone it.
Oh, shit, she's married. Sorry.
Yeah,
I apologize.
yeah. Leanne, I apologize for that untoward comment. That was very uncalled for.
I'm sorry.
No. I mean, is is that a 49? I have no. John, I could not tell you. Don't know.
What's that?
I have no idea. So, John, if you want to clarify that one, and if we'll be happy to try to answer the question. So, seeing some more of Kentucky coming in here, it looks like. Let's see where we are at. 23% of the vote. Oh my gosh, they'll let anybody jump into this thing. Look who just showed up.
What's
Ruben.
up?
Come on.
Speaking of whips and chains, here comes Crash.
Hey.
Now I see what John's getting at. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm sorry about that. What he's talking about is my buddy back here. He's a good old. To answer your question, John, he's a good old fashioned coal miner.
Oh.
And let me pull him up here a little closer, because I might be calling on his services before this night is over with. Because he has one advantage to him that most other coal miners don't. Woo!
Ooh.
That will the contents thereof will set you free. That's all I'm saying.
What you got in there, Brian? Or did you forget?
I know I put something in there, but I can't remember what it was. But it was a good time, that much I know. So, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Oh,
How are you, Ruben?
Good. Doing better.
Good.
And Leanne over on Rumble says, yes, she is cracking the whip. You got to keep them in line. Well, Ruben, there you get your question answered. She likes whips. That's all I'm saying. So, yes, Mary, we did say whips. Thank you very much. There you go, dear. So, yeah. Well, I got a really, really interesting audience. That's all I'm telling you. So, we are here tonight with the inestimable Crash Mondo, Ruben Christopher Haynes. I am Brian Trippett, the Front Porch Conservative. This is Election Night Coverage 2023. We're watching some of the vote come in so far, at least on Kentucky. Let's see. Hang on here. We have my question, Ruben. You said last night you mostly focus on country elections, but is it not true the infiltration happens at the local levels? Ruben, I'll let you take that one.
Yeah, but I never got involved in anything local. I never talked to anybody.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
in my entire life.
Yeah. I think everybody here so far focuses a lot more on local elections, and understandably so, given that they're having more prominence in our lives than ever before. Which that's part of the reason why I'm having fun watching this so far. What we've got coming in. Let's see where we're at here. Hang on, let me start refiguring and rejiggering this thing. Decision desk. I'll pull this back up real fast.
Another thing you got to remember, though, is that there are when you think about how many local elections there are tens of thousands, maybe more, maybe hundreds of thousands. There's so many. Like my county alone has board or something like that, and it's so while infiltration happens at that level, usually it's actually very targeted because you can't infiltrate there's just not enough resources to infiltrate every single local election. So that's why libertarians focus a lot on the local elections, because that's the place where we can actually get in.
No, absolutely. And without doxing you, I believe you're in the free state of Florida, as I recall.
Yes.
Okay. We'll get that off there. Hang on. Wait a minute. Okay, there we go. Hey, look! Don't give me that look, Ruben. You know I'm capable of boomering on a moment's notice.
Okay.
So
okay. I just didn't know what was going on.
Yeah. It's see that's all. Uh,
Ooh.
well, John, I'll answer that question for you. Unfortunately, I'm not eligible for super chats yet. Which thank you because you've actually given me an opportunity for a good little commercial here. If you are stopping by for the very first time and you are not a subscriber to my channel, please feel free to give me a subscription, be it here on YouTube or on Rumble. I'll take one or both, preferably both. So there you go.
Rumble's monetized though because it doesn't take anything to
Oh,
get
that
monetized on
is
Rumble.
true. Yes, that is true. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. So, John, if you're really inclined, which you are under no pressure to do so, I mean, because I don't get me wrong, I'm a red-blooded American capitalist. I'm all about, if someone wants to give me a super chat, but I don't want you to do anything that's going to put you in a bad spot. So, but if you feel so inclined, you may rumble rant, which is what they call it over there. That's their equivalent of a super chat. But yeah, unfortunately, I am not yet monetized. So there you go. Working on it slowly but surely.
Did
But
you
we
see
are
the
getting there.
new Rumble Studio software that came
I
out in beta?
No.
It was literally announced today. I have a
Oh,
bookmarked on Twitter. I mean, essentially, it's a StreamYard competitor now. I mean, it's still in beta, but they just launched it, so I'm excited to try it out. Let me see if I can get the link.
I saw that today, and I dropped my email address because I'd like to test that thing out. Don't get me wrong, I love StreamYards.
Have they?
But
Can you do multi-streaming on there already? Or no.
On StreamYards? Yeah.
No, I mean,
they say yes. Like I said, I haven't tested it here. I'm sharing if you want to bring it up, Brian.
Okay.
The tweet.
Eventually, we basically all start a show on our own shows on the same show, but all out, like a big multi-stream of everything. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and the thing is that this is already like integrated to
There you
Rumble,
go.
so you can do the things that StreamYard does for YouTube and other platforms. And I mean, hopefully they'll have that to where you can still do it on YouTube as well. Like it's not just one-sided, but I guess we'll see. Like I said, it's a beta launch, so expect it to be buggy.
Yeah, true.
I want people to give it a shot.
But I think is that it'd be nice to be that you can your main source would be Rumble to everywhere else, not YouTube to everywhere else or StreamYard everywhere else, because you want to get StreamYard and YouTube out of the way and have Rumble, as the main thing.
Yeah, I am very curious to try this thing out. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love StreamYard. And right now I'm able to do 3 different platforms. Well, let me rephrase that. I could do more platforms. I could put my locals on there if I wanted to. I just don't do it because the way I've got it set up right now, it's very easy for me to just go, pop in, pop, do everything I want, and then away we go. So, there's that. But yeah, I'm very curious to try out.
Yeah, but imagine what we could do with this whole idea. If it's good to have this now integrated, basically, like everyone would have the master key to one stream, and then we could all log in, and then we would have a 24-hour show automatically just by the idea people have access to it. You get what I mean?
Yeah,
you're kind of like what Geeks and Gamers does. Is that what you're getting at? Because like they have a lot of channels, and then they just give access to multiple of their users so that they can. A lot of their channels are up like often.
But again, the idea here is you start on Rumble because again, YouTube right now is saturated. But it would be Rumble to YouTube because you're guaranteed at least that people would see your stuff through a Rumble first, and you'd get more monetization faster through that aspect. It's a more risky aspect because you're doing Rumble, but the idea you're doing Rumble, you're not doing YouTube, so you can tout yourselves as being uncensored. And this is the same principle that we had right in the advent of from when it went from like the channels ABC, NBC, CBS to cable access, where you had those weird cable access channels. Then you had the pirated stations, going back even further to the early 1900s, where you had the newspapers and you had the rags, that did that. We can we have to be that digital disruptor when it comes to content, be it political or anything. But it's rooted in one thing: authenticity.
No, absolutely. I mean, oh, by the way, Crash, since you're here, we need a fashion opinion from you.
Okay.
We are since Ruben and I are doing this for the very first time, we're trying to figure out things in future to make this a little bit more professional and make it, smoother, that sort of thing. We've already figured out that we need a sound effect of a teletype in the background. But we've also figured out, and Ruben at first said he needs his own fedora, and I said, no. I have a much better idea. We need for you a smoking jacket, a fez, and a hookah pipe. So
Actually, yes.
I mean, yeah, okay.
The fez, yes.
See?
Ruben,
I
you
told
had
you.
Me had me at fez. It's perfect.
Fez is a cool. I'm wearing a fez now. Fez is a cool. So there you go. All right, yeah, a fez, a smoking jacket, a fez, and a hookah pipe. So Ruben,
yes,
we're gonna make this happen.
Gotta make it happen. You gotta make it happen. I really am all in for it, because again, my life has now officially changed. Today, it would have been my 26th wedding anniversary, but she passed away. So I basically say I know I'm at peace. My life is, I have to let my life go, the past life. So this is my new life, and I'm feeling alive again, and my body is now waking up, and now it's time to live life. So yeah, a fez and who knows? I've never done it before. Why not? I'm basically now living the dream. If you could relive your life over again, what would you do? And it's one day at a time. I'm now the yes man, because that's what I'm basically saying. When I was talk to you last night, Brian, and I talked to you, Crash, about this, is saying I would love to find a wife, someone to marry, and start a new life. And I want to be. I wish if I were plopped up right now and dropped somewhere where I'm needed, I would go there. That's what I would do. That's my zest for life and adventure now.
Crash, do you have a glass of anything handy?
I just got water.
All right.
I don't have any alcohol in the house.
Well, this is Diet Coke, so raise your glass to Ruben.
To Ruben.
Thank you.
To an anniversary of a love and to better days ahead. My
You're
brother.
here.
And you're all out there. Raise your glasses with us to Ruben. To Ruben.
Thank you.
All right. Okay.
That's good.
All right. Let's see. Skull or something like that, or whatever the Vikings out there say. All right. Let's see what goes on around. Let me get back to. Let's see here. Oh, there it is. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Got some more of the vote in. We got 29% in on the governor's race. It started to tighten up, which is what I kind of figured was going to happen. We'll pop over to decision desk. Yeah, there's about, wow, this is quick. They closed the polls about an hour and a half ago, and they've got 26% of the vote in. So, yeah, it's going to be a long night for these guys especially. But, yeah, it's starting to tighten. It is starting to tighten up. And like I say, the western part of Kentucky tends to be all of Kentucky outside of Louisville and Frankfort, which are two of the three biggest population centers. And it tends to be pretty conservative. So, we'll see how some of this goes tonight. But and Ruben, apparently you have an offer, sir. This is from lovely Leanne. I'll let you read this. Provided that you're not on meth, you have.
I'm not.
Okay, well, there you go. Okay, just saying.
No, meth. Die, God, no.
No moss, no meth. There you go.
No, what's Appalachia?
Leanne, refresh my memory, but you are in the Commonwealth of Virginia, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll let her answer that question. But yeah, she's in Virginia.
Well, yeah, if you know Leanne, if you no, I'm serious, Leanne. If you know anybody, let me. Yeah, well, never mind. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm ready to start a living life.
See, folks, you come to this live stream, you get election results, you get, you get geographical, you get love advice. I mean, you get a little bit of everything when you come to this live stream. You never know what you're going to get. So, she says she is in a place called Rockbridge County. So yes,
okay.
she is in the Commonwealth of Virginia. So
I gotta look at
there
that.
you.
I gotta look it up.
Okay. Well, I know that you were thinking about a university position. May I respectfully remind you, you have UVA, you have Virginia Tech,
Oh,
you
yeah.
have Virginia Commonwealth, you have, just saying,
James Madison.
James Madison.
Richmond's
Old
got some schools too.
Old Dominion,
Mm-hmm.
over on the coast. So yeah, you got a little bit of everything. So yeah. So I mean, you come to this live stream, you get politics, you get geography, you get a Yenta in Leanne. She's matchmaking. So I mean, there you go. What else can you ask for? You get it all right here on the electronic front porch. So it's not all about numbers and analysis. It is about people. We care, and if we didn't, we wouldn't do this. Well, except for the fact that I'm full of crap most of the time, so you never know what I'm going to come up with. But laying that aside, let's
cool.
Yeah, let's pop around for a little bit. Let me see. We've got polls closing at 7:30, just about to close in Ohio. They have closed in Virginia. Hey, Leanne, would you do me a favor? If we were to look up a race in the Commonwealth that everybody says everybody needs to keep an eye on, then yeah, please let me know what race we ought to look up in Virginia. Oh, and Ruben, my friend.
Yes.
You have been rumble ranted. John McGarvey, who just stopped over here, has just dropped a $20 rumble rant and it says to Ruben. So I will be getting that to you, my friend. So John McGarvey, thank you very much. I just want you to know, and I'm not. You are the very first person that has ever either super chatted or rumble ranted on my channel. So thank you very much. That's very gracious of you. And yes, it will get to Ruben. I promise you. So, we will absolutely make it a point but this is
That's cool.
This November 7th, 2023, in the history of the Front Porch Conservative channel, we have received our very first monetary contribution from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much. And
wow.
To futures ahead. So there you go. Tally ho.
Very nice.
All right. So Leanne, do me a favor. Give me some races over in Virginia that we ought to be keeping an eye on. Like I said, folks, we want this process to be as interactive as possible. So, like I said, if you have a race out there, a ballot initiative, let us know what it is. We'll be happy to look it up for you, and we'll talk about it. Be glad to talk about it with you. So, it's about 7:30 Eastern on the East Coast. I'm Brian Tripp at the Front Porch Conservative. This is Ruben Christopher Haynes. Our good buddy Crash Mondo has stopped by, and we are joined by a whole bunch of good people on Rumble and on Twitter and on YouTube. So, and you know what? Thank you for doing the commercial for me. If you like what you see in here, please like and subscribe. We'll take that thumbs up. Thank you very much, Miss Up in Connecticut, one of my favorite people on the porch. So, let's pop back over to Kentucky real fast. And let's see what goes on. Hang on. Okay, there we go. Yep, it's getting tighter. The percentage may not show it. The vote tally, yeah, it's going to get tighter. Oh yes, I think I did. Hang on. Gypsy, are you talking about that video where the guy in the blue shirt is walking out? I didn't listen to the audio, but is that the one you're talking about where the guy just like went off on somebody? So if that's the case, now if you've got the link to that, drop it in chat. We'll be happy to play it. I mean, look, we're going to be here for quite a while this evening, so don't get me wrong. The three of us are fabulous conversationalists, but conversation will only carry us so far with this thing. So yeah, if you got a link to it, shoot it to us. We'll drop it. We'll take a look at it. But the one that I saw but I did not. Oh, yep. I know the one you're talking about. That's the one. Guy was wearing glasses. He was walking down a sidewalk. That's him. Oh gosh. Hang on. Then I have seen this.
Okay, interesting.
Fellas, vamp for a second.
So, okay, let me see. We're Leanne. Question. So, are you from the area or not? I don't know. Is she from the area? I wonder.
No, she said she's in Rockbridge County, which is it's Western Virginia.
Yeah.
It's I mean, I went to college at Virginia Tech, so I'm pretty familiar.
But here's what's so funny. I've been looking at places to go, and the last place I've been looking at, shit you not, is the area of West Virginia and Virginia, in that area near the Green Bank Observatory.
Where's that at?
It's about 2 hours west of where she is, northwest. It's basically, you could do Green Bank Observatory. It's a national quiet zone of no radio signals, no Wi-Fi, no nothing. It's just quiet.
Okay, I think I just found this. Hang on a second. Give me one. Keep talking, fellas.
Yeah, and it was just because I'm trying to find a place to get. But again, that does suit the criteria. Because again, I just want quiet. That's the kind of town. The town I want, a quiet town.
There's a lot of quiet towns in Virginia. It's mostly rural, outside of Richmond and call it the DC area.
Oh yeah.
And so Appalachia is really referring to the mountain range.
The mountain range, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it goes. What I'm getting is there's plenty of good hiking out there.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing, because that's the one thing that happened to me yesterday. I don't know if I told Brian, but again, my legs have awakened. Like, remember I couldn't walk?
Yeah,
I'm walking. I'm walking now, and it's weird. No, my legs are now like waking up. Like I can start to feel my toes are waking, my legs are waking. But here's how it was basically, because people have always commented my entire life of how nice my legs look because they're very muscular. So somebody commented about 2 days ago, my God, are you in how much in pain are you in all the time? Because I was sitting down they were seeing me. And then they said, yeah, your legs are in spasm, right? They go, no, they're not. And they weren't. They were not in spasm, but they thought they were. So 2 days ago, that was 2 days ago. Then today I'm laying down and suddenly my body just drops. The legs were in spasm and they just dropped and the blood rushed. So now it's like they're loose. So now I look at them and they look skinny now. They were in spasm. So for some reason, one of my illnesses caused for like 20 years, my muscles to stay tight without me even knowing they're tight.
Wow.
And now they've relaxed.
Wow.
So I didn't even know that I was in pain. That's how much in pain I was.
Wow.
Dang.
Yeah, when you forget what normal is.
Yeah, and that's why last night it was so weird because I felt I was laying on a waterbed.
Dang.
Because if I moved, my body would like start to like shimmy like that a little bit.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Okay, I think I found this tweet. Let me pull this up. I do not know what the audio is on this, folks. So
yes.
This should be interesting. All right, here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, here we go.
No audio.
No audio. Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on. Oh, hang on. The nice part about the live stream is I can start over. Hang on. Let me see. Let me do something real quick. Hang on. Let me try that again.
I have a lot of
Okay.
magnesium.
All right, let's try this one more time. Tell me if this is working, fellas.
There it
Yes.
is.
When people tried to overthrow the election, you might as well have been walking up to my head on the way to the polling station, putting a gun in my head, trying to tell me not to vote. You expect me not to take that fucking personally? You fucking try to overthrow elections with violence, and then you're out here among decent people.
Thanks for
What do
coming
you have
out
to
there.
say that, huh? What's on your fucking what are your policies?
You can hear the nervousness in his.
Have a nice day. You've already
fucking
voted. It's
rapist
good.
rights,
Yeah.
involving yourself in people's fucking families and their fucking bedrooms.
It's pretty wild.
You fucking animal.
Wow.
You try to steal my vote next year, I'm gonna fucking remember you personally.
This guy is turning around. This guy is turning around, walking back to him. Conversation. I mean, I'm going to keep on playing it, but that's my first observation.
I'm taking a fucking picture of you.
Oh my gosh.
Is that all right?
Yeah, you can.
Permission?
Yeah. It's a one-party consent
Shitbird?
state.
Shitbird? Yeah, one party state. You want a fucking one party country is what you want.
Hey, sir, how are you? Headed in to vote? Could I get a Republican sample ballot? Sure, thank you.
You know,
Okay, so is he coming back?
buddy with these people because they put on a
Oh, he's back.
good neighbor, but they support lynch mobs or the fucking KKK or the fucking Bible.
Oh my God.
Freaks. Yeah, they're not good neighbors.
Oh, come on, buddy. You've already been here 4 times. Come on back for number 5. Come on.
Go
Is
ahead.
that it? Ah, he wimped out on us. Oh my God. That was different. Oh my God. Can you believe this?
But
guy?
Remember,
again-
the leftists want to demonize every normal behavior. If you carry a gun in a public space, you're unhinged. If you're handing out a flyer for your favorite candidate, you're stealing the election. It's normal behaviors they want to demonize so that they can have an excuse to throw you in a gulag eventually.
Jeez.
That's why I'd be a mountain man. Cool mountains. No, I'm serious. I just feel the calling now. It's like, just gotta get starting to walk again, feel better.
And Robert reminding us that apparently they don't mind to lay smack down in Kentucky or in the state of Ohio. Apparently, so just saying. But this guy's like, he gets all right. If you want to like pop off, okay, fine. You're out in public. I don't think you should, but okay. He walks away. He comes back. He walks away. He comes back. It's like he wants 4 rounds of this before he gets it out of his system. And the stuff is like he's handing out a sample ballot. If you don't want to take the sample ballot, fine, don't take it. Go on about your business and just leave it alone. But no, you can't do that. It's like Crash said, you got to demonize everybody. Unbelievable.
People need a sense of reality. I blame soccer. Just kidding. No, I say
Well,
that.
I definitely blame soccer. I agree with that.
Well, here's why I say that. I because again, when the introduction of soccer, that era, when that happened, with right when Bill Clinton became president, there was a big shift, and that shift came when the first idea of soccer coming to America, and the rules were different. It wasn't as clear cut. It was a very more of a. Soccer is the equivalent of a politician were to run a game, essentially. That's in my opinion. The judge, it's all ruled by the referee, and then there can be bribery and stuff. It can be really a lot of really grift going on. It's not a pure game. It's all corporatized, and a lot of money is behind it. But the point being here is, in the realm of society, that's when they changed. The winner is from the Oscar goes to. where we have to change our language for people so that everyone can be fine. And that's when participation trophies started, all these different things. And this right now, what we have is an outcome of that, where if anybody says anything that goes against what you believe, you lose your mind because your entire life has been given to you. These are the most privileged people in the planet, and they're the most fragile. And it goes to everything that they do. They have to destroy everything because they want you as miserable as they do. That's why they take apart all our culture. They take down, they destroyed Star Wars. They destroyed Star Trek. They destroyed Marvel. They took down all of the statues throughout the America. They're changing the way that their kids are being taught, and they want to change how you think and reprogram how you are doing. Again, they want you as miserable as they are, and that's where we have to stop. That's why we're here, to make a difference and be the actionaries, make a difference and say that no, there's a right way to do things and bring good love to the environment of America and the world as needed.
Well, and Gypsy has an observation about our fellow in the blue shirt on with the blue shirt on in the video. She's starting to wonder, a very important political question here. Is that expression "you are in my bedroom" code for something? I'm just saying.
No, your bedroom is in the streets. That's the problem. Get it out of the streets and put it back in the bedroom, and there wouldn't be a problem over it.
Yeah. And one
I mean,
more.
it's like literally in the streets. Like, have anybody ever gone to a pride parade? Come on.
Yeah. And yeah, I saw this, and Ruben, it's to you. So if you want to answer, if you want to respond,
I don't understand. Trans females, mutilating females, yeah, they shouldn't be in. They shouldn't be in the schools. Let's say, yeah, but that's basic. Yeah, that's I say they shouldn't be in schools, but that's not my problem right now. That's not my issue.
Right.
It isn't.
Yeah.
That's all I can do is say that it's dumb, and that if you and when I go wherever I go, I would, and if I have the time, I'll get involved. But right now, my main focus is my health.
Understandably so. And and this is something that especially on election nights like this, that really you really hope that that you want to see more of. You want to see more participation, and in Connecticut, especially Connecticut, one of the cradles of American liberty that's given so much to the country. This is kind of a sad state of affairs, but then again, you can make the argument this is all over the country. So
right.
John McCarvey's got Lexington's 91% reporting. Let me look at that. Hang on. Lexington is in let me make sure about this. Lexington is Fayette County. Okay. Decision Desk has it at 86%. Let me throw this up here real fast. But just to give you an idea, in Lexington County, which is one of the three major metropolises of the Commonwealth, they've got it at 86%. Now, John may have numbers that are more up to date, but this is what Decision Desk has got. And I don't know. To me, for a college town, which is what Lexington is, he ought to be doing better than this. So just saying, John might be onto something here, but yeah, it's getting tighter and tighter. It's now down to single digits. What is that? Roughly 7%. Yeah, he's not trailing by much, and there's still plenty of time here. So, the western part of the state hasn't started filling in yet over in here, which should come into Cameron's benefit. Cameron, the Republican Attorney General, is running against Andy Beshear, who is the incumbent Democrat governor. So this could get real interesting before this night is over with.
Tell me about Cameron. Is he actually worth a damn?
Actually, yeah. I mean, everything I have seen of him so far, I like. Kentucky's politics is a little weird. It's not quite as weird as someplace like South Carolina where they're Republican, but you wonder if they're not all a bunch of rhinos. I mean,
Mhm.
there's some good folks that have come out of Kentucky. Rand Paul, Thomas Massey, although each one of them does stuff that makes all of us crazy, particularly Massey. But from everything I understand about Cameron, he's actually a pretty good guy. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Hang on, I want to play with four. No, don't like that. We want this. Okay, that's better. Let's see how that works. Well, I like the other way better.
You
Okay.
should have had a drinking game, Brian.
Yeah, you're probably
Every time you
right.
go over to-
If that's the case, we'd all be like,
it would be much worse.
oh, it'd be so much worse. So much worse. And apparently my observations about South Carolina, see, there is a historical thing about South Carolina. Oh my gosh. I don't believe it, but I think they're doing this too early. The decision desk has made a call on Kentucky, and I'm really surprised they're doing it this early. They have called Kentucky for Bashir. Now, again, I'm no expert on this stuff, and they see more things than I do, but I'm very surprised at this. To me, this race is getting tighter and tighter. I'm really surprised they're calling it this early. I mean, they don't even have half the vote. I mean, if it were a blowout amount, I'd understand. But this is really surprising.
Now,
which outlet is that?
I'm sorry, do what?
Which outlet is that? Who's
That's the decision desk. That's decisiondeskhq.com.
What about anybody else?
Probably everybody's going to take their cue off of decision desk. Hang on. The New York Times has not called it yet. Let me see what the AP's doing. So talk amongst yourselves for a second.
Well, the reason I'm saying this right now, especially this is, where we really are in the world, the scheme of a world right now. Cyber attack. That's what I'm saying. Just the idea, the fact that things could go wrong tonight, because again, more crises around the corner. Unfortunately, I see that happening. So again, I just want to make sure we get things verified here. But again, being the fact that if this is true, it doesn't mean anything. People will take it out of proportion. If it's, like I said, if a states what you're saying it now, think of it this way. You have 50 people living, 50 houses in an area, and then you have four of them where the crime is running rampant, and everyone else is fine. Do you think that someone's going to give a shit about everyone else while they're fine?
True.
So that's why I'm saying that Kentucky could be just, mind their own business and saying, you know what, everything else, I don't care about this and that. We're rebuilding it. Bashir's doing a good job. We're fine.
Yeah, that could very well be the case. That could. I have not seen anybody else call this yet. New York Times has not called it.
Oh,
AP
they haven't called
not
it. They haven't called it. Okay, well then there you go. They called it early then, but then maybe they did.
Well, I mean, this is the job of the decision. I mean, that's their bread and butter. That's what they do is look at polling results coming in. But I'm really surprised. I mean, the western part of Kentucky is not nearly as populated as the other major parts, like Louisville, Frankfort, Lexington. But like I say, there's less than half the vote in. They're only separated by 43,000 votes. So I'm really surprised they're calling it this quick. I mean, maybe Bashir's going to go on to win this thing,
right?
But I'm just really shocked. But we'll pop back in on it as the night goes on. We'll switch gears and go over to Ohio. They've got two different referendum, and I've got bad news for Mary Redling, my old friend, on issue 1, which is the abortion amendment to put into the Ohio Constitution. It's looking good for the folks on that side of it.
You want to get your chat off the screen?
Oh, sorry. Apologize. Again, shot. Yeah, that's a blowout right now. That's only 5% in, but still, that's a blowout.
Well, okay. So okay. So let me see here. What is it? So what is it for? What?
Basically, for abortion.
Yeah, basically what it would
Sorry.
do is, that's all right. Basically what it will do is codify into the Constitution a right to abortion. But the way that the language of it is written, a lot of people are saying it goes much further than just codifying a right to abortion into the Constitution. It will codify in stuff like that's not considered popular in Ohio, like partial birth abortion, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Now, there is also another amendment on the ballot, and this is for legalization of marijuana. Now this is interesting. This is actually closer than issue 1 on abortion is. It's like 60-40. Let's see where the yes votes are coming from so far. Okay, there's Columbus, there's Dayton, okay. So we're waiting for some other places to come in.
So they're rejecting the abortion and they're allowing the marijuana?
No, they're accepting abortion and accepting marijuana right now.
Yeah, but the margins are what surprises me. I mean, for example, on the marijuana initiative, right now it's like 60-40, which 60 in favor, 40 against. But if you go back up to the abortion one, it's like 3-1. I would figure they would track almost the same, but I could be wrong. Okay, Robert's those results are behind. Okay, all right, fair enough. We'll see what they come in with. Going back to Kentucky, John 25% reported in Jefferson County, 22-48, assuming that trend continues, and that's why they're calling it. Okay, all right. So yeah, apparently, and let me pop back over to
Brian. I got something to show you.
Okay. All right. Yeah, here's Jefferson County. I can kind of see what they're getting at, where Bashir's got such a heavy count. Jefferson County is Louisville, and it's like 70-30 for Bashir. So yeah, I can maybe start understanding why they're calling Kentucky so early. So, okay, let me throw this up on the screen. What you got?
Voting machines have been shut down in several Pennsylvania districts due to votes getting flipped.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Let's see what this video has to say.
Okay.
Maybe it's not actually a video. It's just a headline.
Okay.
I don't know why they did that as a video and not a GIF.
I had heard about this from earlier today. But I was like, oh my God, not again with this. Not again. Let's see.
Yeah.
Gateway Pundit's got a story on it. Okay. Gypsy has a question. Once a news organization calls it, it's an attempt to anchor into the public. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That can very much be the case. And Crash, going back to what you were saying, yeah, Scott Pressler, if you're not familiar with Scott Pressler, he's a young man who's been going out and registering people all over Pennsylvania, which he does this all around the country. Very cool dude. And yeah, I can understand why he's mad about Pennsylvania. A lot of people are. Even Democrats are upset about this. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them one bit. So,
well, no, their Democrats are pissed because they got caught.
Oh, I'm sorry, folks. I was being a bit naive. My apologies.
Come on.
I know. I should know better. What's the matter with me? Oh, goodness. Let's see what goes on in other places around the country. Polls have closed. It's almost 8 o'clock. Polls have closed in, obviously, Kentucky, Virginia, Ohio. Let's see if anything's in on Mississippi yet. Let's see. Crash, refresh my memory. Is Mississippi on Central or Eastern?
Central.
Okay, then their polls haven't closed yet. They're about to. So we'll wait to see what Mississippi's got. Pennsylvania won't be until 8 o'clock. Colorado's not till 9. New York is not till 9. And Robert does bring up a very good point. Early numbers are for mail-in ballots and early voting. Okay. All right. Very true. Very, very true. So, oh, wait a second.
I remember this.
Wait a second. Hold on. I got to remember what Senate district that is. Oh gosh. I'd heard about that one as well. So it's about 8 o'clock Eastern. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. This is Ruben Christopher Haynes. This is Crash Mondo. We are three fellows hanging out, talking politics, calling races, giving our opinions, and getting your opinions about how the world should be, or at least what we think it ought to be. So we're watching some of the races come in, particularly Kentucky's come in so far. We're getting some results in from Ohio on the 2 ballot initiatives. And I'm looking for Leanne to drop a comment about any or all particular races in Virginia we ought to be taking a look at.
So her name is Susanna Gibson, and she is. Hold on, I just had it. Where did it go? Running for the 57th district in the Virginia House of Delegates.
Okay.
And currently at 5% of votes in, meaning there's only been she's ahead by 7 votes.
Well, apparently that OnlyFans thing, I don't know if it's having quite the effect she was hoping to. Just saying. So,
well, I'm pretty sure it got leaked. I don't think she was. I think she was hoping people wouldn't find that.
Oh, is that what it is?
But the internet remains undefeated.
That is very, very, very true. Just saying. So I'm trying to, like I said, Leanne, this is your neck of the woods. So if you think there are certain races that we ought to be taking a look at, let me know and I will throw them up here on the screen. Let me pop over to
Loudoun County. Which one is that? State Senate.
Excuse me. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, let's see. Now, there are... Good question. I don't know yet. It looks like Bashir has held on. The only thing we're not sure of yet is whether any of the other constitutional offices have gone. So we'll see what we can find out about that. And Leanne's got keep an eye on Loudoun County. That's where the big school issue and how Youngkin got elected. Let's see if they still vote red. That's a good question. Good question. Now, Leanne, as this is your neck of the woods, as I'm looking at it, there are 40 House of Delegates seats, and there are 23. Or am I wrong about this? Hang on. Nope, I take this back. Oh, it was way more than that. Stay corrected. Okay, looks like 100 House of Delegates seat. Yeah, 100 House of Delegates seats and 40 state Senate seats. Am I reading that correctly? I believe that's the case. And I mean, they've got some results on some of the races because they're just so obvious. I mean, or they're uncontested or that sort of thing. So as it stands right now, state Senate is still in Democrat hands. We're still waiting for results coming from all around Commonwealth of Virginia. And the House of Delegates, slight lead for the Democrats, but not all the seats are decided yet. So we'll see how this goes. But like I say, we're waiting for some other results to come in. Mississippi is about to close. Pennsylvania is about to close. New Jersey is about to close. Going back to Ohio as far as the referendums at this point. Yeah, votes tally still coming in, and it looks like, yeah, both issue 1 and issue 2, which is the abortion amendment issue 1 and issue 2, marijuana legalization. Both of those are the yes votes on that are still coming in pretty heavy. So that's where we be with that. So again, my name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. This is Ruben Christopher Haynes, or at least his picture. And this is Crash Mondo, the Bible-thumping libertarian, as he says in his sub-headline. And we are here tonight just watching some election results come in, getting some interaction with you guys. We're glad to see all you guys out here. Robert, Gypsy, up in Connecticut, Small Time Republic, Leanne, Mr. John McGarvey, who's stopping by, I think for the very first time on the channel. So glad to see everybody here. And got some invites out to some other people. I know Crash has stopped by. We're seeing if the other half of the Clout Goblins will be able to make it. Mr. Flagrant Triggers himself. We've got invites out to Force Mommy, who's running in District 4 out in Arvada, Colorado. We've also got an invite out to Elizabeth Galusho, who is District 5 in New York City. She's running for city council up there. So, Crash, you were saying that in your area, you've got like, what is it, like 90 or 100 different 90 or 100 different council seats of one kind or another?
Yeah,
Did I hear that? Yeah, okay.
There's like 10 or 11, I forget the exact number, actual city councils in this county. And so each one, and it ranges from anywhere from 5 to 9 each. So it's closer, it's more like 60 or 70-ish for city council seats, but that's just the city council seats. There's also there's a sheriff, county commissioners. I don't remember how big that board is, like 6 or 7 maybe, and the school board. And then throughout Florida, there's these soil and water management board positions as well, which usually go uncontested.
Right.
Hey, speak of the devil, and he shows up.
Pray, which devil are we talking about? Oh, there he is.
My better half.
Yeah. Well, now, I would never call him the better half. I mean, because if for no other reason you're here. Well, no, you're here, and I can't talk about you if you're not behind my back. So, okay, and John McGarvey's got some numbers on the Attorney General's race in Kentucky. Now, see, I don't understand this. I don't get it. Because this is almost what happened the last time. Because Bevin barely lost to Bashir, but in every other constitutional office race, the Republicans just blew him out. Keep vamping for a second, fellas, because I'm going to try and get to the Secretary of State's website.
Here is okay. So here's some dark speculation. Crash, what do you think about this? So when we have these elections, the end result is always like 5%, 4%, so close, whatever going on either way. It's, very, very close margin of error or margin per se. It seems as though everything is based upon every election initiative is based upon instilling a sense of fear in something else.
I mean, that is how both parties operate.
Right.
The lesser of two evils fallacy is entirely based on just trying to appeal to your fear centers in your brain.
Yes.
It's the opponent is so horrendous. Ignore what I do. My opponent is the devil himself. Don't vote for him. Vote for me because I'm not the devil. Except that he is the devil.
Right. Keep talking, fellas. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, no problem. But yeah, that's the whole point. That's the thing. That's my concern. And where we should be, we should already have flying cars, and we don't because we are still doing this crazy crap right now. So that's what it's just we're not doing anything right.
Well, I would say there's I don't know. Part of that is I blame like the central banking system.
Yes.
Because they stifle innovation stifle innovation and which makes it so that the next gen of products can't get cheap enough to get on the market.
Correct.
Because of inflation that's always out of control. A lot of people don't realize that inflation has always been climbing, and then it's always been significantly higher than what we know because they changed the formulas. I think they may have done it twice, but I know the last time they changed the formulas was I think at the very start of George W. Bush's presidency
Mm-hmm.
with the Boschkin Commission, if I remember correctly. And that's when they came up with that complex formula that they use now with all the weighting and the substitution and the imputations and it's ridiculous.
Right. Yeah, and that's why when I'm looking for a place to go, I want a place that's without just quiet. I want peace and quiet, and that's why when she mentioned Virginia, that's what really interested me because I've been seeing signs about Virginia, and there's the radio telescope there. It's a quiet zone, so there's no radio signals. So if you live closer by that, where it's just dead quiet, you can relax and live a life and just be happy. That's what I would like to do now. That's my thing. Just enjoy it, because that's the thing, is that I want to enjoy life and enjoy everything that we're doing here. And then see your Kai's business grow again. And how's the business coming along now?
Going along pretty well so far. I mean, we're reopening the rest of the store on Friday. So
Great.
Most of the shirts that were available before will be available then. I think we have one content creator that we haven't heard back from yet, and we're not going to post any of their merchandise without the permission. So we're just waiting to hear back if they still want to do business with us or if they're going to find another vendor. But I believe, Flagrant can give a better, because he's the one who's been in direct contact with them. But yeah. And then, we're also just doing some work with the local shop there, and Flagrant's just working his butt off. He's finding other opportunities to find. No X-ray confirmed, Cam. I'm asking about. I'm wondering about the other one.
Who are the other ones?
Yeah, because again, basically, so everyone knows. I hope you don't mind talking about it.
Not at all.
Because for me, the reason here is we're friends, and these gentlemen here, Flagrant Triggers, Crash Mondo here, they are starting a business and they're doing it on their own.
You don't mind? I'm gonna plug my link in your.
You can absolutely do that, sir. I am not going to object in the slightest. Go right ahead.
Yeah, and again, this right here.
I think you have to post it because it said it failed to post. Probably because I'm not allowed to post links if I'm not a mod.
Well, throw it to me in private chat, and I'll put it in there.
Okay.
Because that's the whole idea here, is that you have a good American people having a dream. They couldn't get things done. They'd do it on their own, investing their own money, investing their own time. And again, Flagrant like you said, working his butt off every single day. And again, you start to see things happen. And it's like good to see this happen. And we're here to help promote and get things done, because this is just like life. We have good days and bad days, things that go bad and things come up, and now look at what they're doing. They're rising up. And tell us more about what's going on here.
Yeah. So this is the relaunch campaign. We're trying to recoup some of our costs. I personally invested quite a bit of my own cash into this and financed the rest. So it's obviously no pressure. We got the machine. It's working. Flagrant's already printing up t-shirts. But this campaign, and obviously we're going to give you some things in return. For one, we have some unique t-shirts that are just campaign only. They'll never be printed again. So if you want, you want to get some of these shirts, you got to get in on this campaign. It's only we're going to close it. We haven't decided the exact end date, but it's going to be sometime near the end of this month. Okay. But we're also getting into mugs, and then also the kind of these steel plates. You can see it in the bottom right there.
Okay, hang on. Yeah. Is this what? Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, metal plate. So kind of seeing if we can't compete with this plate on that, and and yeah, it's a high-end printer. So like the color on it and the quality of it is just top notch. They last longer than any of your other shirts, like you can put them through a lot of washes before you start to see any wear on the prints.
Okay.
And also
So
at
then-
higher tiers, there will be lifetime, that is permanent lifetime discounts at our store. If you want to be one of our bigger contributors and help us recoup some of the costs and get this thing off the ground.
Interesting. Wait. Oh God, we got it. Wait. Now, I'm gonna ask you something. So you could print on metal too?
Yes. So it's we don't. So what you do is you print on a film,
Yeah.
and then you heat press the film to what you want it printed on.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I've dropped the link in the comments, and also, yeah, I mean, hey, help these gentlemen out. I mean, I'm like Ruben. They're entrepreneurs. They're out there trying to make it happen. So,
Do you mind me? God, no. Yeah, no. I'm not. No, I'm going. Yeah. I'm just fascinated right now. The one question I'd have in my head: what about probability or not? It's enough spitballing. If I'm totally wrong, then let me know. Because again, we're all friends here. Bullshit. If somebody has work of art they want to have mass produced and printed, could you do that for them?
Yes, I guess it just depends on what's the scale and time frame that they need, because right now it's entirely Cam doing pretty much all the work, because it's
I know,
North Carolina with the machine.
Because again, all all of the printers, like all the pro posters for all of the events going on.
Okay, so posters are different. Like the thing is you have to use a heat press, so you can't put it onto a surface that you're going to like set afire or melt. So it has to be on something that won't be impacted by high heat, and we're talking 300 plus degrees.
No. I meant the fact that if someone wanted a poster, the poster you'd post it on wouldn't be paper, it would be metal. So it'd be something rigid as a memento, something that could be a collector item.
Yes, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, like what we're starting small. There are these little like 2.5-inch square metal plates. We may get into bigger if demand is there for it.
Now, God, now I'm sorry if I'm asking these dumb questions now.
No, you're fine.
Things are popping in my head. Because think about it: if you had a piece of art, and then had someone sign it, and then having it be original, and get a certification on it, could be something like that. You could do that with this kind of stuff too, right or no?
Potentially, I think it depends on the kind of merchandise, and because I mean, in terms of getting things like graded.
That's what I want. That's the thing. That's the thing. Because again,
you have to have a company that you have to work with a company that does that. Like Eric July, with his Ripperverse, he's working directly with CGC Comics. He's basically sending a bunch of signed comics to them. They grade it, send it back encapsulated, so he can ship it to his customers.
Gotcha. Okay, so you already know the point. Yeah. That's basically what I was thinking in my head.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to? I'm gonna respond to Gypsy here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll put that up.
So, no, I'm not under any delusion about where the economy is heading, but we still got bills to pay. So, you got to make money somehow. And I mean, when the dollar completely crashes, we're just going to have to take it as it comes. And
dollars are irrelevant. That's the whole idea.
I mean, my hope would be that crypto would take a hold and actually start getting used as, and it's starting to in some areas. But yeah, like, and when that happens, we'll just have to pivot. That's just how it works. If you're an entrepreneur, you got to pivot with the times or your company dies, and we'll just have to take it as it comes.
Well, and speaking of pivots and entrepreneurs, or divots and golf courses, guess who just dropped in?
He jumped in. After all,
I can't help it. So many questions, and I'm like, oh, I know this.
Good evening, sir. How are you doing tonight?
I am absolutely wore out.
Gypsy, I am well prepped. I promise you.
Yeah, if any of us is prepped, it's definitely Mr. Crash.
Yeah. So for those of you who are stopping by, my name is Brian Trippett, the Front Porch Conservative. I was joined by Ruben Christopher Haynes. Crash Mondo's been here with us for a little while, and now the other half of the Clout Goblins, Mr.
Oh, and the tiny
Flight
goblin in the
Trigger.
background.
And Tiny Goblin is in the background. Hello, Tiny Goblin.
You gonna?
So
They're saying hey to you. Are you gonna wave hey?
we see that arm. We see that arm. Praise the Lord.
That's right. Praise
Or
Jesus.
Heil. Yeah.
Oh, well, okay. Let's not go Yahtzee here, okay? We're trying to run an election night stream, all right? Although they were a political party, let's just keep the Yahtzees out of this, all right? How are
Ironically
you doing, sir?
enough, well,
Yes.
ironically enough, the Yahtzees were the lefty socialists, huh?
Oh, there you
Interesting,
go.
isn't it?
There you go.
Indeed.
I'm doing all right. Just I made the very egregious error of eating a full meal tonight, and wow, I can't. It just crashes me. But anyway, so go over the questions again, because that you had, Ruben, because
Yeah, well, the first the first one was, the idea that if somebody had a piece of art they wanted to have mass produced, I have a print or something, and I do it. Can you do a mass production? And it would be nice that you could have that at a store. If somebody would want to have their art produced, you would do it that way, not just have shirts, but the opportunity for them to, have their artwork like for display. And what kind of materials could you do these prints on? Could you do it on clear plastic? Could you do a polymer or whatever? What can you do it on? And that give people ideas, and it would basically be another income stream for you guys to do it, not just shirts, but just an output of things to get out there. And then if you have a meetup, and then if people like, Culture Casino has his casino chip, what other things could you do with the device too? Round cylinders, fedoras, in the shape or whatever, and then you do a print, and it would be something limited, that would limited run of something that would be something that not just a shirt, but something that people can hold on to, anything that would be special. And you could do it on multiple different things. And again, that way, and then the whole idea of getting it graded somehow, if it's going to be a really nice print, because again, you invested this money back, don't have it just sitting there. The thing should be freaking printing all the freaking time. Boom, back, that boom, boom, boom. That's what you want to do. It's you want to have it producing.
Yeah, like as far as the substrate, I don't think plastic would be very good unless it's a high heat intensity, like polycarbonate or something like that. Or, well, polycarbonate probably wouldn't be good, because once it's shaped, and you can't deform it unless you just burn it or break it. Maybe polyurethane or polyethylene.
Right.
But like Crash said, we're the mug, like we've already got the stuff to do mugs, decanters,
Oh, good.
thermos, stuff like that, shot glasses. And I got that figured out today. It's the only thing about those is you have to press it for a few minutes instead of a few seconds, because the ceramic, it doesn't heat up as fast as fabric does. Like fabric heats up almost immediately, where ceramic, it takes a while for it to get up to temp. But one thing I thought about too was looking at wood, because wood, since it's a porous material and it's got some moisture in it,
Right.
I'm wondering if you could press those prints onto a wood surface.
Yeah.
And that's something I'll play with later, because I really like the metal. Like the one metal, we had problems with it sticking, and I think that's because of a time thing. I think you have to get the material itself up to the same temp and let the adhesive bond to it. But I really like it because it's got weight, it's got heft, it's rigid, and it looks really good. The only thing I could see doing with the current mugs and the steel plates is adding some kind of clear coat, and I'm probably going to end up doing just a spray clear coat to make sure that the edges, like you can barely feel the edges on that mug. And I was kind of shocked because it was almost perfectly flush and smooth. But that will add just another layer of protection to make sure that heat or steam or moisture or anything doesn't get up and lift up the edges on it. Hold on one sec.
All right, hey Brian, you want to pull up this race is actually getting interesting.
Which one?
The OnlyFans model in Virginia.
Okay, hang on a minute.
What is she pulling ahead?
No, she's barely maintaining a lead.
All right, refresh my memory on the number up in which. Give me.
Well, I mean, I'm sharing it right now. If you want to
okay.
pull up.
Okay. All right.
So currently, she is up by. I mean, it's less than 100 votes.
Oh my!
how much of the percentage of the vote is in?
23%.
Okay.
So just a tip, right? Just kidding, everybody.
Stop it. Let's keep this professional, gentlemen, shall we?
Oh my
God! Exactly. So yeah, my name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. This is Crash Mondo, Ruben Christopher Haynes, and Flagrant Triggers has jumped on here. We're watching election results come in, and as we're waiting for that to happen, various other topics being discussed. And we've got a bunch of good people in the chat. Gypsy, we've got Robert Lowry, we've got up in Connecticut, we've got our usual group of folks. We're glad you're here, and people who are just stopping for the first time. John McGarvey. Others, and yeah, it's a really good night so far. We've watched the Kentucky governor's race be called, which I'll pull that back up real fast, just in case you're stopping it for the first time. And pull that back up real fast. At this point, they have called the Kentucky governor's race. There's oh wait a minute, hang on. Oops, there we go. Almost 60% of the vote is in, and they've called it for Bashir. Like I thought they had called it too early, but John McGarvey had pointed out to me that the Jefferson County, which is Louisville, was coming in like 3-1 for Bashir. So that might explain why. But yeah, we're definitely glad everybody's here tonight. And like I say, we're doing this sort of for the first time, so we thank everybody for stopping in with us. We're waiting on some other results to come in too. Ohio, there are 2 ballot initiatives. One of them is the abortion initiative, which is issue 1, and that's coming in almost 2-1 in favor of putting it, codifying it into the state's constitution, the right to abortion. The other is marijuana legalization, and that's coming in just about 55-45, somewhere in there. We're waiting for some other results to come in. Virginia's got some state legislature races. And yeah, we're just waiting for states like Mississippi. And very, very light results so far in Mississippi. So this is a race I'm actually expecting the Republican incumbent Reeves to win. So we'll see how that one goes. And then there's some other places around the country where we're waiting for some things to come in. Pennsylvania's got a state Supreme Court race. We're also keeping an eye on Arvada, Colorado, and as soon as we can get some vote tally there.
There's also New York.
In New York, Elizabeth Galusho. Yes, so we're waiting to see that one. New York closes at 9:00 Eastern. Colorado closes 9:00 Eastern. So yeah, we're just basically waiting for some other tallies to come in. They cast 4.2 million votes so far. Wow, that's amazing. That is amazing. So yeah, we're just basically waiting for it to come in, and glad everybody's here. I'm glad to be here with these fellas, and glad everybody's out in the audience. So. I am a little surprised about the ballot initiatives in Ohio. Yeah. I figured they would have tracked closer together, but Robert has said earlier that that the tally the decision desk is showing is different than what has actually showed up at this point. So we'll see what happens. Yeah,
So
go ahead.
something I'm guessing everyone has. Have you guys talked about the latest in breaking news from yesterday about
What are you referring to?
Nashville?
Oh.
No, hadn't really talked about it yet.
I definitely think that the education system is going to get a very rude awakening on the ballot this next year.
You know, you could be right. I mean, we hadn't really talked about it from that angle, but yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of initiatives around the country that are going to be put on the ballot as it relates to local education. Because you know, and if people out there who are watching this don't know what we're talking about, Steven Crowder somehow managed to get his hands on 3 pages of the Nashville School Shooters Manifesto, which had not been released to the public yet.
You say
and
yet
so-
as if they were ever going to.
Well, okay, I'm being optimistic in that statement, but the point being, it was supposed to be released. There were court cases. It went back and forth. And finally, no one was doing anything with it. Somehow, Crowder got a hold of 3 pages of it, and the parts that were released do not match up with the narrative that was being put out there. That this person was being that this was a trans rights issue. No, frankly, some of the language that's used in those pages, if it's verified to be correct, was basically showing racist attitudes toward the people at the Covenant Christian School. And I agree with Cam on this. There's going to be a lot. I think there's going to be a lot that comes out of this, and beyond the question, because immediately Democrats automatically jump to the gun control issue. But I think Cam's right. There's going to be more that's going to come out of this beyond questions about gun control in local schools. So, but yeah, if you guys want, I'll throw it out there to you guys. What do you guys think?
Well, I think this is going to be an absolute detrimental issue going toward critical race theory and all of the indoctrination that we're seeing toward, promoting that racism's okay against white people.
Yeah.
And for anyone who did see, it was very explicit what the motives were. It was your basic Marxist argument of oppressed versus oppressor, which is ridiculous considering this person also attended that school for a number of years.
Oh, that's true. I'd forgotten about that. You're right.
And I think no one wants to cover it. There's already been a lot of throttling. Facebook has pulled it all off, and they literally pulled it out. YouTube pulled it off, citing the violent criminal organization narrative with Crowder covering it, which is ridiculous because it is literally a breaking news story, and the hypocrisy is thick because look at all of the other quote unquote mass casualty incidents that were immediately had their manifestos released and put out in public, and there were no questions about its authenticity, what it was for, who it was against, or anything like that, even though one of them turned out to be mostly a troll.
True. Very true. Yeah. Ruben, Crash?
The bottom line here is all of these things are done for one thing: to continue to manipulate one side or the other. What this serves is basically, this is a result of our education system, result of everything that's been going on in the world. And we have individuals who are being manipulated. And it's a sad world we live in, where we allow people to manipulate it very easily for political gain. And we have to stop it. And, I'm just sick and tired of it. It doesn't serve any purpose but to just divide us up further. And we can't do that anymore. We have to come together.
I want to see something happen with the FBI.
Yeah.
Something has to happen with the FBI. Meaning somebody really should be in jail at this point for missing so many shooters. Because how many times? It was on our radar. It's a meme at this point. It's that Bart Simpson meme. Say the line.
So
It
Crash,
was on our radar.
so Crash. If somebody were to basically say, "Screw this, I'm doing it myself," what would you do? What's the first thing that person would have to do?
So, just in regards to gun control issue,
Well, here's my
'cause
approach.
it looks different depending on what sector you're talking about. It'll look a little bit different here and there, but mostly.
Well, the way that I want to do it, the way that we all should be doing it is local. So that's why I'm trying to find a place to live, and then from there, I'm going to basically plant my virus remover, set down roots in a new hometown, and then spread out, because I'm done with advocating this or advocating that. I'm about action now. I'm just all about action, because we have to start doing something for our own selves. You're doing it now. Basically, because again, the Cloud Goblins, what you went through, Flick and Trigger, what you went through, Cam, and it affected your business because they weren't giving the quality you were doing, and people just don't care anymore. And it's, again, you're coming together saying, you know what, screw what they're doing, I'm doing it my own. And that's what I'm doing too. I'm basically taking control of my own life and doing what I want to do. And that's what I'm going to do it now. And enough of this crap. This trans person is mentally ill. We're letting mentally ill people run amok, and we're causing mental illness and mental strain. People are not able to handle normal life. You have videos of people breaking down at their first day of work after working an 8-hour job. They're collapsing. The people are self-deleting. There are a lot of more harmful things that are going on in the world than this garbage. This is what this person's thinking. We have to take care of this one person, should have taken care of, and everyone else should have taken care of. And we're not doing that. We're not loving ourselves. That's the thing.
Very true. Very true. Well, we've got some more results coming in. I'll go ahead and pop them up.
I'm pretty sure John just called me a Fed, so unless he wants to clarify what he means by CHS.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, huh? What? Yeah, we'll get that clarified. But in the meanwhile, we've already looked at the governor's race in Kentucky, which has been called on behalf of the incumbent Andy Beshear. The Ohio initiatives looks like they're going to pass. They haven't been called yet. There's still a lot of vote out there, but we'll see. We do have some results coming in from Mississippi, which Tate Reeves is the Republican incumbent governor. And at this point, there's very little vote in, 2%. Right. But he does have a fairly substantive lead. So we'll see where that goes. Another race that I'm keeping an eye on, and this is one that I didn't think the Republicans could win, but they had somehow ballyhooed this. This is for a state Supreme Court race, and at this point, now granted, it's only 10% of the vote in, but the Democrat is just blowing out the Republican, Carolyn Carluccio. So we'll see. And going back to Kentucky, see, the only
it's surprising that NBC would not call it early, because they tend to jump the gun.
Yeah, they do tend to jump the gun. So, and that's why I said when Decision Desk called that with like 43%, I was very surprised. So, but to go back to this state Supreme Court race, this one is not looking good for the Republicans at all. They don't have a majority on the state Supreme Court, and this would have at least got them a little bit closer, but I don't see this happening at all. It
is very weird how the balance or the imbalance is with state and local elections. Like we were talking about it earlier. Like how which state was it that they're getting a Democrat? Was it Kentucky where looks like they're getting a Democrat governor and a Republican AG?
Yeah. Matter of fact, let me pull that up real fast because I managed to find it.
Because the tendency is to go down ballot.
Yeah, here it is. Here it is. me see if I can get this enlarged. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Here we go. Whoop, whoop, whoop. That's too big. Hang on. Okay, there we go. Yeah, the top one is governor, lieutenant governor. Now these numbers lag behind a little bit, but look at attorney general. It's like almost 60-40.
And
Secretary of State. Yeah. Auditor 60-40. State treasurer is tracking almost the same. Commissioner of Agriculture, but the governor's race.
I mean, granted, he is the incumbent, right? So
True.
incumbents
Yeah.
are said to have some sort of home field advantage. They generally, I mean, just probability-wise, tend to do better.
Yeah, and I haven't looked at the state legislature of Kentucky, but they had super majorities going into this election in both houses, so it kind of surprised me.
I mean, I guess we could look at, Florida. Well, DeSantis trounced this past election. The election prior, it was close.
Yeah.
But the Republicans have had a pretty solid majority in Florida for a while.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and that's something that I'm going to be fascinated to see going forward in Florida, because regardless of how this presidential primary turns out for DeSantis, which it's not looking real good for him. I'll just be generous and say that.
He doesn't have the people behind him, and he doesn't have the RNC behind him either. So he doesn't really stand a chance.
No. And then he's got to go back to a Republican legislature in Florida that, he's got to deal with. And now he's in a position of not being the shiniest apple in the barrel, so to speak. So now it's like, okay, is he going to be able to get everything done that he was normally used to being able to do? Or is he going to get some pushback from people? Because that's going to be fascinating to watch.
I doubt he'll get much pushback. The Republicans are... there's issues here. There's definitely issues here.
Well, you can make that. I mean, that's
finalist.
True.
Like, is it better than California? Yes. I would take this over California 10 times out of 10. But yeah, I still definitely have my complaints, such as we have red flag laws here. And I mean, they're very active with red flag laws. I think since their enactment, and this is last year's data, if I remember correctly, they had confiscated somewhere around 8,000 or 9,000 guns over the course of like 4 or 5 years. Over those red flag laws.
Wow. You wouldn't think that in Florida. So.
Yeah, especially since he keeps saying this is a 2A state. It's just like, no, sir, we are not 2A. He gave us one little bone of permitless concealed carry. It's like, okay, that's a plus. But there's no open carry.
Really? Florida doesn't have an open carry law?
No, open carry is illegal.
Wow. We got open carry.
In fact, we have there's a libertarian a couple counties over who is fighting the courts because he got arrested over carrying. Well, I mean, he did it on purpose. If I remember, if I was told he did it on purpose to cause a scene and because he knew he'd get arrested for it, and he's trying to fight it in the courts to see if you can get precedents. Yeah.
What's the difference between West Virginia women and Georgia women?
Well, if I were going to make a really bad joke, I'd say a family tree. But laying that aside, what specifically are you referring to, Ruben?
I was just saying,
I can make that joke. By the way, folks, I'm from West Virginia, so if anybody else can do it, it's me.
No, what
specifically are you referring to?
Well, I like I said, I'm looking for a wife too, and I'm looking for like a nice Southern girl, and I'm going, well, there's West Virginia's Southern, isn't it? Is it considered Southern girl in West Virginia, or is it more Georgia West Southern girl?
Well, now I'll answer that question, and I'll answer it. Well, first I got to say hello to somebody. Hello, one half of the Dangerous Rhetoric podcast. This is Mr. Brentley. Brentley is in the house. Yes, yeah, we talked about it. Yeah, they're flipping. Yeah, voting machines were flipping votes, and they got caught doing it. So yeah, we have talked about it. But
didn't it happen before? Also, I seem to remember which state was it where.
All of them? Just kidding.
Well, probably, but the one that got
Yeah.
caught, like they did
got caught.
They did a hand count, and it turned out that it actually overturned at least one race, maybe another. It was up north. I can't remember which state that was.
I
mean, because that's 3 years ago now.
Was it Michigan?
No, I don't think that was Michigan. No way.
Okay. But Ruben, to answer your question on our side topic currently, Georgia girl is obviously more southern, but you have to also keep in mind being from West Virginia means you're automatically geographically schizophrenic. Because no, wait a minute. Now, hang on. I'll explain this concept. Geographic schizophrenia basically means you live in a state where, in the case of West Virginia, you are the southern end of the north, you are the northern end of the south, you are the furthest point east of the Midwest, and as far as being mid-Atlantic, the only thing we've got close to that is Beach Fork, West Virginia. So we have no idea what we are geographically. It just depends on which part of the state you happen to stand in at any one moment of time. So there you go.
Hey, Brentley remembered. Apparently, it was a mayor's race in Connecticut.
Okay. There you
actually
go.
Got flipped over it.
So there you go. But yeah, my name is Brian. It's about 8:45? About 8:45. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. We're hanging out with Ruben Christopher Haynes, Crash Mondo, Flagrant Triggers, watching some of the election results come in. Weird thing going on in Kentucky. If you're just stopped by, they've called Kentucky, or the decision desk has called Kentucky on behalf of the Democratic incumbent Andy Beshear, but nobody else is following suit yet. Now, normally, decision desk is like the gold standard, and there's about 68% of the vote in. Beshear's got a lead of roughly, what is that, 37,000? No. I wish I really would learn how to do math. Yeah, about 55,000 votes maybe. So, the trend line is there. Beshear's probably going to win. I was just really surprised they called it this early. Yeah, and I think up in Connecticut brings up a really good point. When it comes to Kentucky, I think University of Louisville and University of Kentucky may have done Cameron in. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, let me show this on a map. This is Louisville, which is Jefferson County. Right now, it's running like 70-30 for Beshear. And then if you go over to Lexington, which is Fayette County, again, it's running like 70-30 for Beshear. Of the other major metropolitan area is the state capital, and it's running almost 50-50. But the two major counties with universities in them, or I should say major universities, there are other universities other than Louisville and Kentucky, but yeah, they're running like 70-30 on behalf of Beshear, and that's just the devil to have to overcome. So it might explain why, and John McGarvey, who's in chat, also referred to this earlier, it might explain why Decision Desk is calling Kentucky so early. We're also looking at some of the other ballot initiatives around the country. For example, in Ohio, about 25% of the vote is in. There's two ballot initiatives. One has to do with abortion, which is issue 1, and it's winning like 60-40 right now. And there's a ballot initiative on marijuana legalization, which is winning at like 55-45, but not nearly as strong as the abortion question, which, we could have debates about why that is, but that's where the numbers are right now. Elsewhere from around the country, we've got the Mississippi governor's race. Some of that vote starting to come in, although very, very slowly. In Pennsylvania right now, there is a state Supreme Court race, and that looks like it's so far going to the Democrat, Daniel McCaffrey. The Republicans thought they might be able to pick this one up, but man, not unless they really pick it up anytime soon. And 11% is in, and we'll see what happens. But it's not looking good for the Republicans right now. So there's also state legislature races in Virginia. We're trying to keep an eye on some of that. And right now, the House delegates is Republican. The state Senate is Democrat. We're seeing how that shakes out. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. So we got good people in chat, good people watching this with us, and we've got you. And I want to thank everybody who sent out tweets, who promoted Gypsy and Up in Connecticut and Leanne and everybody else. And appreciate everybody who's been here tonight. And, John McGarvey is kind of new to our little group, so we're glad to have you. And we're just kind of hanging out, watching everything come in. So there you go. Fellas, any surprises so far off any of the results you've seen so far?
Not really.
So I've been monitoring the Loudoun County. There's 2 state Senate seats that look like it overlaps Loudoun County and Fauquier County.
Okay.
And for District 31, it's leaning towards the Democrat Russet Perry over Juan Segura.
Okay.
51 to 49%. It's real close.
Okay.
If I look at Loudoun is slightly higher than Fauquier, but Fauquier is a smaller county. Loudoun's a higher population.
Okay.
District 30 is at 70% in, 56 to 44, clearly in favor of Gary Higgins who's the GOP candidate, over Robert Vance Jr. So it's it's looking like clear for one seat, and the other seat it's like right down the middle.
Okay. Yeah, there's going to be seats that, we'll see how it all shakes out tonight. I told everybody, we'll stay here for, as long as, okay. All right. So Leanne's got some information on this. The maps don't necessarily overlap. They just happen to have, apparently Loudoun's large enough of a county. It's got multiple districts in it. So, okay. All right. So we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. So yeah, and that's part of the joy of this, doing this, especially number one, we're doing this for the very first time, and we want this to be as interactive as possible. So if any piece of information that you've got, because none of us, all of us are reasonably intelligent people that are here, but you guys know your areas of the world better than we do. So if you've got pieces of information that you can share that makes that enlightens everybody about what's going on, we'll be happy to take it. So throw it in chat, whether you be on Rumble, whether you be on YouTube, whether you're wherever you may be, put it out there. We'll comment on it. We'll put it out there for everybody's consideration. And any amount of enlightenment that can come in is always helpful. So it's about 10 minutes to 9. New York's polls are going to close in about 10 minutes, and Colorado will close in about 10 minutes. And our good buddy Brentley is here, one half of the Dangerous Rhetoric podcast. He's interviewed Elizabeth Galusho, and I've interviewed her. Peter Feliciano's interviewed her. So we're reaching out to many different people to see, hopefully, that Elizabeth and Jessica Fensky can stop by. So we'll see what happens. Let's see, checking my emails real quick just to see if anybody responded. And both of those ladies I know have an insane schedule tonight. So if they're not able to make it, I totally understand. So just looking around. Okay, just seeing what we can see. All right, cool. Very, very cool. All right. Okay. So let me clear out a few other little things on my side. And I just love deleting email. It's just so much fun. You can tell my life is so exciting when I wake up and go, yes, I've got email to delete. There you go. So,
My God. Can we all say that women are the most disorganized when it comes to managing emails. I swear.
Wait a minute.
I look at it and when oh fuck, I can't believe this shit.
Now wait a second. My emails are not disorganized. Thank you very much. And
I said women.
Now wait a minute. Now Ruben, hang on a second. Now hold on. You're not helping your cause here toward the find new wife thing with the whole women are so disorganized when it comes to email. I mean, dude, you're shooting yourself in the foot here.
No, I'm
saying,
not.
I love you.
I'm being honest. And it's the whole thing. I'm all about being honest. I want a good, honest woman. I want a woman who likes to be barefoot and pregnant. That's what I want.
Oh, okay. Wow.
I want the Ryan Canal model. I said, seriously, it's true. But you want to stay home and just, whatever.
And quickly switching subjects here, so we were trying to save Ruben's marital chances. We actually, Brentley, we talked about that a little bit earlier. It's I think there's more that is going to come out about that. I think Candace Owens. How well? There you go, Ruben. There you go, brother. So,
oh God, wait, the mountains are calling. Are you talking to me?
I believe she is talking to you. Yes,
I believe she's. Well,
no. You're fine. Yeah, it was like 3 pages of that was put out. So, yeah, and like I said, I think it was Candace Owens who tweeted earlier this afternoon before she went on with her podcast. She had more information related to that she'd obtained from a source. Now, what that constitutes, I don't know. So we'll see what she's got. But, if those pages are authentic, and at this point I have no reason to believe they're not, no one is disputing their authenticity. The Nashville police are disputing internally, how did this stuff get out? So that's what everybody's still trying to figure out. But if they are authentic, it completely blows a hole in the whole. This is about this was, a trans rights issue or anything like that. It actually goes to a whole other host of human conditions and attitudes. So it'll be very interesting to see how all that shakes out. And good. Let's see. Hang on. What's this? 48:52 time. Jefferson kind of make another drop. Okay. I'll check back on it here in a second. So, but yeah. All right. Cam is back with us now. So glad you're here, sir.
It came back around full circle because one of the other things I was wanting to say about the whole anti-white rhetoric that's going around in school systems is one of the questions I asked on the podcast this past weekend is, why in the hell do we have people in Congress and in power who literally advocate for anti-white messaging? Like, I show that short. Like, this is an actual member of Congress who makes policy, and why do we allow people who literally come out and say they're anti-American, they don't believe in the American ideals, they don't believe in how America was founded, they think this place is an evil country? Why are they here? Stop trying
That's
to make.
A good question.
Well, stop trying to make America the country you want it to be, and go to the country where you think it should be.
The reason why is you have a bunch of a bunch of the people that are voting for these clowns are not ignorant. They're the useful idiots at the bottom. They actually believe in it. Like the Marxist ideology goes all the way down to those useful idiots. They're we shouldn't. I'm not going to give them the benefit of the doubt. Like I'm just not. I don't believe they're ignorant at all.
Oh no, the people using the idiots definitely aren't.
No, I don't think that the idiots are truly like ignorant. They just think that there's something in it for them.
Well, yeah, they always do until their people get in power and they get their utopia, and then once they're not useful anymore, they go in the gutter too.
Yeah, that's what
Oof.
the rest of us keep warning them about. It's just like the machine will come for you too.
Yeah, well, look at
Yeah.
Ethan Klein and what happened. Like Jordan Peterson told him whenever Ethan went off on some retarded leftist rant against Jordan Peterson, and Jordan was like, "Hey, dude, we had a good conversation, and I hate to see you giving in to the hive mind like this, but I just pray that they don't treat you nearly half as bad as you're treating me." And it's been a lot worse for him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, remember Hassan wouldn't play Hogwarts Legacy
Mm,
because he knew that his audience would bully him.
Right.
mm.
They fucking know.
Hassan's the biggest cry bully ever, dude.
Okay, and it looks like other people are now starting to come in on their opinion for Bashir. So, okay, John, thank you for that update. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I'm looking at the New York Times' website. They haven't called it yet, but there's like 80% of the vote in, or at least that's what they're reporting. And yeah, it looks like Bashir's going to hold on here. So, but we've got some other updates. Let's see what else we got going on right now around the net.
Mm.
Ah,
Well,
hello,
it's that time. Do you want to
hello,
say
little Miss
hi and
Flagrant.
bye?
Hello, good to see you again, young lady. Howdy. How are you?
Good.
All right, this is the youngest member of our campaign reporting team, ladies and gentlemen. Little Miss Flagrant. She's here hanging out with us. So got a feeling Dad's gonna have to do dad duty here in a second. So yeah,
Yeah,
she's got a big
Dad's gonna
smile on
have
her
to sleep
face.
on the bed.
Yeah, understood. So good to see both of you. Well, we're glad, Cam. We're glad you're here to make it tonight, and always glad to see little one. So, a tip of the hat to her. She's a sweetheart. Always glad to see
Say
her.
go for us, Mommy.
Thank you.
Say go for
You're
us.
welcome. You're welcome. Have a good night. Have a good night, dear. Good to see you. So,
Bye.
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 All right.
All right,
Yep.
Cam. It sounds like you gotta go do dad duty. So before you hop off here, where can people find you on the internet, my friend?
Flagrant Triggers everywhere except for Twitter. Twitter is Flagrant Trigger with the hard R. And yeah, hit up the site. You don't have to lose an arm and a leg to get a discount for yourself, guys, and it's definitely worth it. So, and
All
like I
right.
said, it's lifetime memberships. Probably the only time it's ever going to happen. So,
Okay. All
yeah.
right. Well, sir, good to see you. Have a good night, and we will be catching up with you sometime soon.
Yeah, man. Go force, Mommy. Let's get her
All
in
right.
there.
All
Take
right.
care, guys.
Let's talk to you later,
There,
brother.
guys.
Later.
See ya. And that was Flagrant Triggers, ladies and gentlemen. Brentley, we've got a chair open, and I think I sent you a link. So if you want to come on here, dude, I mean, we could always get a perspective from the Northeast. I mean, we've got up in Connecticut, so you want to pop into this thing, feel free, dude. But anyway, in the meanwhile, I'm here with Ruben Christopher Haynes. I'm here with Crash Mondo. We're watching some of the results come in. We do have some more results coming in out of Mississippi. All right, fair enough. If it holds up, we're glad to have you. And if it doesn't hold up, we're still glad to have you. But give it a shot and see what happens. So, let me see if I can throw this up on the screen real fast. Where maybe. Hang on. Yep, there we go. Yeah, some of that results coming in Mississippi now. It looks like, and it's early. I mean, there's only like 5% of that that's counted, but it looks like the governor candidate's going to hold on. So, it is now 9:00, which means polls have closed in Colorado and New York. So, we're going to see if we can find some results on some different races there. And in that Pennsylvania Supreme Court race, yeah, that's looking pretty one-sided at this point. So,
Oh yeah.
and yeah, that's looking bad. and that ain't even filled in the rest of the state yet. So, but yeah, we're hanging out right now, seeing who pops in. And hey, Crash, do me a favor.
What's up?
And I hadn't had a chance to look this up yet, but check out Colorado and see if you can find either on a local newspaper's website or however they do it out there.
I've had it up for a while. The City of Arvada's election results page says you can see results come in on KATV. So I have it playing here. It says it'll show up on a crawl, which is the thing at the bottom of the screen. So I've been watching it. Nothing yet. I mean, obviously, because I think polls just closed, right? So hopefully soon we'll see something come across the screen.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to throw that throw that link in private chat, and I'll just throw it up here. Or we can do it either way. It doesn't matter to me. However, but
Yeah,
if
I'll
you
throw
want,
it to you.
okay, yeah, just throw it to me in private chat. Yeah, we're watching some results come in from, or at least they'll start to come in shortly from Arvada, Colorado, because Jessica Fenske's running out there, and I'm going to try and find results on District 5 in New York City. So as soon as I can get that, I will get those pulled up as well. These are folks that we've interviewed on this channel, and I know that Brentley and Daniel have interviewed Elizabeth Galusho on Dangerous Rhetoric podcast. Peter Feliciano has interviewed her on his live stream as well. So, given that there are people that we've talked to, we definitely want to, and we, we appreciate who they are and what they stand for. So yeah, if we can find a way to support them or at least keep up with what's going on, we're going to definitely do it. So let me get a tab going for our friend in Colorado. Do. Wow.
Yeah.
What happened here?
You hit play because it's got music on the background.
Yeah,
It's
there
like
we go.
it's like watching the Weather Channel, basically.
You're tuning
Well,
in to late night
exactly.
election coverage.
Exactly. So
back to you, Johnny. How's it going? So that's what I'm saying. The whole idea of having, well, you have a fedora, I have my fez. Wait, what's Crash gonna wear?
I don't know. We
Hold
haven't
on.
thought about that yet. Cowboy hat? I don't know.
Oh no, he's got something.
Oh, wait a minute. He's working on it. So yeah, it's 9:00 East Coast time. My name's Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm hanging out with Ruben Christopher Haynes, Crash Mondo. We've got a lot of good people to chat. Brentley, Robert. Now there you go. America. America. What a country. There you go. Okay. No. We're not going to discuss private underwearish documents, okay, or whatever. No, he's wearing a hat. No, that's all right, Ruben. Thank you very much. That's great. That'll be enough. Thank you.
This hat's actually warm.
I know. It's too hot.
So we're hanging out with everybody. John McGarvey is here. Brentley's here. Leanne is here. Jesse is here. Glad to see so many people hanging out with us on our very first night of doing this. So, I often joke around that we are a tin can and string operation here on the Electronic Front Porch, but so far, coverage has gone very well. I have no reason really to complain. I think this Arvada, Colorado thing is giving me a bit of a lag, so I'm going to take that down. And Crash, I will rely on your giving me an update for what's going on there. Okay, that's better. Less lag on my side. So, yeah, as soon as you got anything on District 4, let me know. So, yeah, there's a new nickname, Crash Mario. There you go.
It's a me.
So, it's a me. There you go. So yeah, we're and for everybody who has tweeted out, Gettr, Truth Socialed about our live stream for tonight, it's genuinely appreciated. Like I say, we're hanging out, waiting for results to come in, and just kind of watching what's going on and commenting on the results and news items. I mean, Brentley brought up and Flagrant also brought up, what's going on in Nashville, Tennessee. Ruben and I were talking about a story earlier out of Michigan where the legislature apparently it's being rumored that after Thursday they're going to basically adjourn themselves, and whether they come back in next year or not, who knows? Yeah, that's a story out of the Gateway Pundit, which I guess we could get into that while we're waiting for some more results to come in. Everybody, and I'd be curious to hear this from chat as well, what everybody's primary source for getting their news. With me, I usually go to several different places: Breitbart, Gateway Pundit, Real Clear Politics.com. When I get the chance to read it, the Epoch Times is always good. So, what about you guys? When you're looking for news or you're trying to figure out what's going on in the world, what places do you go to? Or if someone came to you and said, "Hey, I don't really like the mainstream media. I really want to get more factual information," where do you guys recommend people go?
Damn.
So some additional sources that you can check out: Blaze, the Blaze, Daily Wire, the Publica. It's a fairly new one. Another one that just came out, Tenet Media. And I had another one in mind, but slipped my mind.
Yeah, there was one of them that had
also Timcast actually, his website is actually a news website as well. They aggregate news over there.
Yeah. And Robert Lowry is weighing in on this. He is kind of old school. He's going for the Magic 8 Ball. So just saying, there you go. And John McGarvey is most of what he's doing is coming from Twitter, which is not bad. I mean, I think, and that kind of gets to another subject. Twitter under Elon Musk. So it's been a little over a year, and everybody has their obvious criticisms of Twitter in the days when Jack Dorsey was running it. So what are your thoughts now about what's going on with Twitter? Is it better? Is it worse? Is it better in some things, worse in others? And for everybody out in chat, feel free to throw your opinions in on this one. So,
I'll
what do you
say
guys
it's definitely better. Is it ideal? No, nowhere close. Maybe a better term is just it's just less bad. But the censorship is still somewhat rampant. People still get suspended for stupid stuff. None of the social media platforms have any real solution for the false flagging that happens, where people just get their audience to mass report somebody, and then they automatically get suspended, and they have to go through months of appeals to get their account back. That still happens on Twitter. But I think it happens. I think it happens less, though, just in terms of quantity, or at least it's more balanced. Maybe the left is basically getting a taste of their own medicine. It'd be nice if it just happened very little at all. Most stuff is really no, it is a private company. He can set the rules however he wants, but most of the stuff that gets reported doesn't even violate their own terms of service. Sometimes they get people get suspended. They don't even get a reason. They don't even get a citation as to what did they specifically violate. And then what they do, oftentimes it's very obvious. It's how is that even related to what was reported? And it's dumb that their moderation teams are just crap. And Elon did not do a great job with his hiring on his Twitter safety team.
I agree with that.
He did get rid of some of the bad apples, but apparently he replaced them with similar bad apples. I will say what makes Twitter much better than what it was before is community notes.
Agreed.
Community notes is the best feature because it's what fact checking should look like.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Well, but Ruben, before I throw it up to you, and I'm gonna have the good decency to ask him before I just automatically throw him in the room. My friend backstage, are you good to go? Give me a thumbs up. All right, he's good to go. Ladies and gentlemen, and the reason I'm doing this is because his internet is a little sketchy, but he is most certainly not sketchy. He is far from that. Don't make that face. You know what I'm talking about. Brentley from the Dangerous Rhetoric Podcast. How you doing, brother?
I'm good. I'm feeling very sketchy because I haven't shaved in a while because I haven't been on camera, and so I look very sketchy.
Well, I'm going for like that. I'm just going to say you've got that like New York lumberjack thing going on or something, you know. Yeah.
It's just like me being like lazy because I don't have I don't have anything to shave for. So
Oh Lord.
I totally forgot. And then like by the time it was by the time I remembered you were doing this, like my internet kept cutting out because the boys have been messing with the lights. We're trying to get these fancy new smart lights all set up. The Verizon router doesn't like the lights, so every time we put like a new light, it shuts the whole internet off and the whole thing has to reset, and then it's the process.
I believe everybody here knows Brentley. If not, let me do some quick introductions. Ruben, Crash, this is Mr. Brentley from the Dangerous Rhetoric Podcast. Brentley?
Yes, sir.
Ruben and Crash. And over on Rumble, we've got a comment from Cliff CC Jr. As far as what news sources, he's like, I use Rumble as I refuse to allow myself to monetize YouTube and the other enemies of the people. Once I find shows that like y'all's, I follow and listen when I can. Well, Cliff, we're glad you're here with us tonight. It's just turned into a fun little stream. John McGarvey, I think, is the first time he's stopping by. And now we've got Cliff over on Rumble. We're glad you're here. And Brentley, we're just kind of hanging out. And
it looks like they got some numbers in for the New York City Council race.
Oh, thank you. I was going to ask you about that. What do you got?
Well, it looks like Elizabeth is coming in at 15%, but only 28% of the votes are in.
Okay, all right. The rally is on. We're like moving the hat here. The rally is on. I'm telling you. So, oy vey. Well, Elizabeth even knew that was going to be a tough race coming in because that's like Upper East Side of Manhattan, and her district is just like, y'all vamp for a second. Let me see if I can pull up something real fast here. Talk amongst yourselves.
What's interesting is that there's totally uncontested seats. District 2, 7, 9, 10, 21, 30, 35, 36. 41, 42, 32. There's some that are uncontested for the Republican, too. I guess those are probably Staten Island.
Oh, goodness.
What's one? 48th District. Oh, well, that's very small. That's only 17. Yeah, it's very early, 17, 20, 30% of the votes. And, it looks like Republicans are winning in District 13, 19. They're ahead. And that's within 62% of the votes. Christy Marmorato is ahead, 54-45.
Okay, yeah. If you got that, throw it in a private chat. We'll put it up. We'll put it up on the screen. Let everybody take a look at the numbers. But just to give everybody an idea of what Elizabeth Galusho's District 5 looks like, this was kind of a rough spot because this is District 5. It's Upper East Side of Manhattan, and this is a tough spot. It runs from like East 58th to like East 94th, and it's got the river here on one side. But yeah, it's nice. I mean, she describes it as a nice district, and I have no reason not to believe her. But
it's a bunch of rich people.
Yeah, it's a tough area if you're a Republican, and she's definitely. I won't say she's partisan, but I mean, in that area, that's tough to break through. It really is, especially if
with all that money. You'd think all those rich people up there on the Upper East Side would be a little bit more conservative, but no.
Well, and I mean, you're New York City.
I mean, you would think Jeff Bezos would be a little bit less of a communist, but here we are. Among others, Zuckerberg and the CEO over at Google. That I think it's because of power and control that they get because of their connections with the government. It's they get to legalize their own monopolies, because they get to push out the competition by just bribing their local house, representatives and senators.
Yeah. All right, Brentley, I've got the link now pulled up. So
Yeah, it's from the New York Times, so you can trust it.
Oh, absolutely, because
New
they
York
would never
Times would
print
never
anything that's
lie
not
to you,
true.
Brian.
Never.
No,
They would
no,
never
never.
mislead
Not.
you or anything, especially not about something really important like, let's say, an election.
Oh yeah, no, they would never do that sort of thing. They are honest and forthright and all that happy jazz. So,
Great
but
lady,
yeah, I mean,
the golden
but
standard
yeah, exactly. Well, and you're in New York City, so I mean, I can ask you this question probably
was.
better than anybody. Well, that's true. Technically speaking, you're not in New York City anymore. Although, you know, all right. Fire Island is how far away from New York City proper?
Like 100 miles by with the crow fly, probably.
Okay. Okay. All
Like
right. So yeah, you're
2.5 hours by car, depending on traffic.
north or south.
We're east. We're out
Okay,
on Long
east.
Island. So I'm on
Okay.
Barrier
Okay.
Island off of Barrier Island.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. But I mean, being a former New York City resident, let's put it that way. Um, I mean, look, everybody knows the troubles that the Big Apple's going through right now. I mean, and I know you'll be totally honest with the answer to this question. I would expect nothing less from you. But is it going to reach the point up there where people start voting out individuals that are causing them all this trouble? I mean, granted, you can't do anything about Adams for a while, the mayor up there, but here's a city council race tonight. There are people on the ballot. You know, what do you expect to happen? Honestly.
I really don't know, because a lot of the people that would have voted conservative left. Like, they relocated. If they could afford to get out, they got out. They went to Florida, they went to Texas, they went to Kentucky, they went to West Virginia.
I've met some of those refugees.
Right? I mean, I was one of those refugees. I went to Florida for a while. And I was down there.
Carlos heading down this way too.
Yeah, I mean, it's great down there. I love it. The temperature is very nice. But
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know. The people that stayed, a lot of them couldn't afford to go anywhere else. A lot of them just will never leave. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm very curious. That's why I was like hopeful. I was like glad to have Elizabeth on the show and to promote her and talk to her about what she, because she sees a lot of the same stuff that we saw: the crime, the homelessness, the subway troubles with people on the subway. And the raging migrant crisis, which is just like there's like 100,000 new residents in the city that don't speak English very well, and it's hard to not notice that. So I don't know what's going to happen. I'm very curious to see. It's also an off year, but New Yorkers are more like on the voting. But again, who knows? Like, again, it's like an off year, so I think anything can happen. That's why I was curious to see how her election went.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this now. There's like, what was the percentage?
Did you
What was
talk
the
about
percentage?
Eric Adams and what happened with him recently?
No,
yeah.
we had not gotten into that yet.
Oh, do we want to get into that? You want to save that for later?
Well, look, I mean, let me give one quick update, and then we can get into it. What percentage of the vote was in when you called off those numbers about Elizabeth earlier?
Low. It was like 18, 20%, something like that.
Okay, well, we got some more numbers in now with 40. Let me throw this up on screen.
Oh, it was not that. Yeah, now it's 43% in.
Yeah, with 43% of the vote in District
The numbers
5.
didn't change that much. It was like 15 to 80. It was like 15 to 85. Now it's 84 to 16. She gained a point.
Yeah, she's gained a point. Bless her heart.
Come on, Elizabeth.
The rally is on, baby. That's all I'm saying. The rally is on.
It's gonna be from here on out. She's just gonna sweep. Watch.
Yep, it's gonna be a sweep of the Upper East Side.
How are some? I'm looking at some other. It kind of looks. Honestly, it looks similar. For the other candidates around her. Botcher is gonna win. I used to know Eric Botcher. He's running for number 3. He's been in that position. He's the incumbent there.
Look at that, 90 to 10 with like 40. Jeez, oh Pete. Oh, that's
like that.
What state?
New York City.
New York City.
New York City Council.
New York City.
Oh shit! No, never mind.
Oh my gosh!
I didn't realize there were 51 people on the fucking council for the city. I'm sorry. Watch my language.
Oh, I don't give a damn what you say.
not
Um,
family friendly. Are we family friendly? Shit.
yeah, we try to keep it family friendly. So
What's
uh,
with District 32 and 40?
32.
Yeah, that's probably Staten Island, like 32, 15, 51, maybe.
Yeah,
They're also
Staten Island.
uncontested, which is I thought was interesting.
yeah, that's true. That
But it also just
surprised
kinda-
me.
It goes to show you, like, people are just so demoralized in terms of like running for Republicans that they just don't even run in certain districts.
Yeah, yeah,
It also shows the lack of support. The party machinery does not support you. Elizabeth was telling us on the show that she got sued by some anonymous like party because in New York you can do this apparently. You pay a lawyer to file the paperwork to like challenge their placement on the ballot, and she had to send
Yep.
lawyers to court to argue that like she should be on the ballot, and here's why. And she won, but like she won like 2 out of 3 times or something, and it was complicated. She was trying to explain it.
yeah.
But I thought that was so weird how they could just sue to block your nominee. Even if you got all the paperwork, you signed up, you got your signatures, blah, blah, blah. So
Yeah.
weird. Very creepy.
Unbelievable. Over on Rumble, Cliff CC Jr. says, I'm in Houston and had to vote for a Democrat in hopes of keeping a worse Democrat, Sheila Jackson Lee, from ruining the city further, a true lesser of evils. Yeah, Cliff, we feel for you, brother. We feel for you. But yeah, Brentley, you were going to tell the story about what happened with Eric Adams. You want to get into that one?
Yeah, so Eric Adams, he was down in D.C. last week. I think this was like Thursday. And there was a gathering of American mayors, Democratic mayors, that were going to D.C. to, be like, hey, Congress, hey, Biden, we have this like problem with migrants, and you may want to do something about it because we're all like drowning in migrants, and we need a border. And so they went down there to do that, and there was a FBI raid against a woman by the name of Brianna Suggs. She's the chief fundraiser for Eric Adams's campaign. She's really good at fundraising. She raised like something like $5 million, I think it was, for his last one. She's already raised a couple million for 2025 because he's going to run again. And she was raided by the FBI, and they are looking for evidence that Eric Adams was taking illicit funds from Turkey through third parties that were like straw donors. So this is like somebody gives money to somebody that gives money to somebody else. And they took, I think it was like 3 iPhones and 2 laptops from this woman.
Wow.
I got numbers for Jessica Fenske.
Okay, go.
I don't see the number of what the percentage is. They're at 9,500 votes tabulated so far. She is down 63% to 37.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. But they don't have the percentage up. All right. Well, all right.
Yeah, I don't see it on here. Maybe if I click on this chart. No, this just makes it a pie chart that doesn't do anything for me.
Okay. Yeah, going back to that Adams story, the funny part about all that, Brentley, and stop me if I'm wrong, but this is just my recollection. Like the day before, he'd given a speech calling out the Biden administration over its immigration and border policies, saying you got to do something, you got to, and then he's on his way down to D.C. and all hell breaks loose with the
and he had to cancel
fundraiser.
his meetings and run back to New York to see what was going on. And she's like, "Oh, he'll be back." His press secretary was all like, "He'll be back. Don't worry. We're going to reschedule the meetings."
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
the Biden administration being like, "Yo, this is what happens if you complain about the migrant crisis. We're going to send the FBI, look into all your fundraising, and you know that there's probably more than one mayor in this country that has ill-gotten fundraising. It just hasn't been properly scrutinized."
Yeah, but see this. Go ahead, Ruben.
Brentley, Brian and I yesterday said, "Where are we chronologically?" And I said like 1932, just because. But the other side of 1932 being that era, mobsters we're gonna have mobsters come back, gangs. It's tribalism's gonna come back to towns. It's gonna get weird.
It's
Next
very
year,
in vogue. Very in vogue. You see it with the Israeli-Palestine conflict, for example. How quickly tribalism on both
Yeah.
sides.
and I just again I told Brian yesterday that January 6th I blackpilled. I disconnected, and then my illness has put my things into perspective, and now this whole when Israel let this happen, in my opinion, it's just we're going down a rabbit hole, and we're cannon fodder. We're the human beings are cannon fodder, and I'm sick and tired of it. I'm just done with it all. And I'm one that doesn't want to complain, and I want to have action. And my action is I'm trying to find a place to live myself, to start a new life. I'm just going to start a family or whatever, because my wife passed away, unfortunately, in 2019. But I'm ready to live life again, and I don't want to be an activist. I don't want to yell at anybody. I want to basically ask them one question, and I ask it now from now on. Are you okay? What do you want? What do you truly want? The people who are destroying paintings in the Louvre and with the oil thing, what do they really want? Oil is not a fossil fuel. That's a lie you've been told. It's all natural. We have used the industry has the chemists have figured out how to extract everything out of the oil to produce food, produce products, plastics, this and that. We have utilized all that stuff, like we used to do with like the peanut. With Washington Carver used to do that with all the peanut and everything like that. So we've been to the moon. We have done great things. Now we just care about clicks, likes, this and that, and it's all because it's feeding the machine. I call it the complex, and it's not just military. It's military, industrial, everything like that.
Media,
there's a reason,
medical, yep.
Yeah, there's a reason why they pay. Why Taylor Swift's a billionaire. Why her? But again, it's even weirder. Because I thought about it for a bit. I accept Taylor Swift as a musician. Fine, whatever. But that's about it. But her album right now is her biggest selling album. Is an album was made in 1989, and it's a redo. And think about that. Everything is a redo, a remake. Everything is being rehashed, redone, repackaged, corporatized, and it's not authentic. And we know in our core it's not authentic, and we are clamoring, and they're calling us conspiracy theorists for everything we're talking about. And again, I'm just done with it. I want to have a good time. I'm not going to fight anymore. And I see like another draft coming, maybe. Who knows? And it's just like, I don't want to see kids going away and dying. I want to see kids thriving, loving, learning, unmasked, for metaphorically and physically unmasked, to do and express their opinion, what they believe in, and have fun. I don't care who you sleep with, what you do behind your bedroom. I don't give a crap. I don't care. I just want to I'm just done. I want to have fun and happiness, and enjoy life. I used to. I don't enjoy life. I stopped enjoying life. And now I am ready to do that. And I'll do it again. I'm glad being here. And I'm glad meeting you for the first time. I've really followed you for a while. And I'm really honored to meet you, Brantley, for the first time. And I know Crack and Brian. No, I'm just saying. Because it's very important. Because again, because again, you are doing something that's important, being authentic as well, and everyone's being here authentic. Let's all come together.
It's
I have an update on the OnlyFans Virginia race.
Tell me.
Go for it.
She is now behind by about, let me do some quick math, 24 votes. It's close.
There are so many entendre, double-edged comments could be
She
made.
only needs
We're going to keep it classy. We're going to keep it classy, boys. That's all I'm saying. Now, I do have to respond to one thing that Brentley just said. Blush? Dude, I know you. You are incapable of blushing. What are you talking about? Come on now. I'm not going to tell any tales out of school here, but just you blushing is just kind of like, well, okay.
You made me hide. Ooh.
This I got to say. Oh, get back in here. Anyway, it is 9:30 on the East Coast. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. This is Ruben Christopher Haynes. We're joined by Crash Mondo from the Goblins. We're joined by Brentley from Dangerous Rhetoric Podcast. We're watching results come in from around the country with a bunch of good people in this wonderful chat. Just to give a quick recap on some of the stuff we've looked at so far. Kentucky governor's race, it looks like the Democrat incumbent Andy Beshear is going to hang on against the challenger Daniel Cameron, the Attorney General. Further down the road in Mississippi, about 20% of the vote is in. The incumbent governor, Republican Tate Reeves, is leading Brandon Presley, the Democrat. In Ohio, where the two referendums are on the ballot, and it looks like they've passed. Decision Desk has called issue 1 and issue 2. Issue 1 was the abortion amendment to put into the state constitution the right to an abortion. Issue 2 is legalization of marijuana, and both of those look like they have passed.
But didn't issue 1 in Ohio also make it so that they could ban it after like viability?
That's what a lot of people are saying about the language of issue 1, that it's so broad and so wide open that's the problem with it. It is absolutely just opening the door for stuff that most voters in Ohio would never tolerate otherwise, which I was listening to Robert Barnes a little bit earlier today, constitutional lawyer, and he said the remedy to that is let there be an initiative next year where it more narrowly defines what this means. But for tonight, it looks like this is going to go into the Constitution. Other results.
So that will abrogate their 6-week ban.
Yeah, I think Robert Lowry, who's in chat, was telling us that. Let me find his comment from earlier. That currently Ohio is 15 weeks. Yeah, I believe so. Let me find it real fast if I can.
And there was a big brouhaha about some 10-year-old that was raped, that they said that she had to go to Indiana to get the abortion because the doctors wouldn't do it. But then again, it was like,
oh yes,
because there was a clear exception in the rule for people that have been a victim of violent crime.
Yes, exactly.
So it was like they did that on purpose, just to use the girl to make.
But again, when I'm just so sick and tired of news agencies doing this, but doing it in a blatant way, and then they can issue a retraction. Yeah, but here's the whole idea. Do people get papers delivered to them in the morning anymore? Do they do that stuff? What are they doing? Hide their news. Retractions are again the way that news is disseminated now through your phone. It goes right into your brain right away. It's seeped right in. It's fed right in. It's not there for you to reread and process. It just goes in once and it's done.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, can you bring up John McGarvey's comment there on issue 2 being moot? Because I disagree. It's not moot.
Yeah, man.
We've seen this as the war on drugs has failed. Several states have passed legalization of marijuana, and they are, it's illegal federally, but it doesn't seem to matter. This is what's called nullification. When it becomes unenforceable, because if so many of the states have it now that where it's just legal, like Florida included. I think there might be limits. I don't remember if it's recreational.
Yeah,
approved here.
No.
Is it?
No, it's medical only. What's
okay?
No,
but still, I mean, to varying degrees. I think a majority of states have it passed now, and the DEA is effectively, I believe, they've given up for the most part on trying to stop this train.
They've got
it's the same thing with gun control. Like most of the states are, it's something like 34 states are now essentially two-way sanctuaries now.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah.
And moving on with other results, Pennsylvania State Supreme Court, that has not been called yet. There's like 25% of the vote in, and Pennsylvania is a weird state as far as its layout of votes. So we'll see how this goes. But right now, the Democrats look like they're on their way to retaining that state Supreme Court seat. Other races that we're looking at around the country. Here's one up in Brentley's neck of the woods, although a little it is 2 years north. Rhode Island had a special House district race. Democrat had held that seat, and the Democrat went on to work in the Biden administration. So now this seat is up for grabs, and Democrat looks like it's going to hang on to it. So, there you go, that. Now, in New York City, and with 58% of the vote in, darn. Yeah. Unfortunately, our friend Elizabeth Galusho has been defeated, I should say. They've called the race on behalf of the incumbent Menon. 76% of the vote is in, and it looks like, there's no way for her to overcome that. Crash, have you got an update out of Colorado?
No, but I did notice a note on the corner here. It says check back after 9 p.m. and they're on Mountain Time, so that's another hour and a half.
Another hour and a half.
Yeah. So it's still labeled as unofficial results. There's a 35% here. I don't know if it's called. They say it's voter turnout, but that's as of 8 a.m. today. So that number seems way out. I don't know.
Yeah.
Their page is just not
very user friendly.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, we are on YouTube, we're on Rumble, we're on Twitter. Thank you for everybody who stopped by and hanging out with us. And Robert's here, John McGarvey is here, Gypsy's here, Leanne is here, up in Connecticut. We've had a bunch of people stop in. We're genuinely glad all of you are here. Like I say, this is the very first time we're doing something like this. So we're learning as we go, and your patience with us is greatly appreciated. We've had people checking in with us on Rumble. We've got some folks over there. Cliff CC Jr. He's chatting it up over there, along with a few others that are watching with us. Glad to have everybody here tonight. So absolute pleasure. And Robert's reporting 50% of the vote is still out for Ohio, which Robert's comment brings up something. And I've been saying this all night. So, we want this process to be as interactive and fun for everybody as possible. So if you've got comments, if you've got information that's particular to your area where there's a specific race that's going on, or maybe a ballot initiative or something like that, please feel free to drop it in chat. We'd love to hear from everybody. And for everybody who's participated, Robert, Leanne, Gypsy, up in Connecticut, Cam from Flagrant Triggers, everybody that's dropped in comments or provided information, we are genuinely thankful for it. So, Brentley, since you're here, we need your opinion on something. And I asked Crash about this earlier. As we're always trying to improve the process, we've already determined that in the background we need a teletape sound effect, like news coming in off a wire. We've also determined that Ruben is in need of a smoking jacket, a fez, and a hookah pipe.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, because he's kind of got that whole look going on there, So I just may as well, dress up the ensemble.
Exactly.
So, any recommendations in that regard will always be appreciated from you. So, just saying. Crash has already weighed in with his Mario
beanie.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was going to call it a toboggan, but I didn't know what the proper term is down south. So
it's not Gymcast, it's MondoCast.
That's right.
In America, and it's a toque in Canada.
It's me, Crashamondo.
There you go. So, but yeah, for everybody who has participated tonight in one form or another with anything from the serious to the silly, and I lean on the silly. It's always appreciated. Like I say, we're going to be doing this next year in the on primary election nights. We'll definitely be doing one on November 5th. And by the way, I don't know if anyone else has caught the historical irony in next year's presidential election. Remember forever the 5th of November. Just the fact that our next election falls on that poetically historic date.
It's always around then, though.
Yeah, it's always around then. But the fact
November,
that
you got like a 1 in 7 chance of it falling on the 5th.
That's true. But the fact that this one, this one falls right on the day of the poem, to me is just the irony is not lost on me. I will say that.
Well,
did you watch?
I say that.
Vendetta?
Do what?
Did you guys watch V for Vendetta?
Yes.
Oh, I did. I did. One of my favorite movies. Absolutely one of my favorite movies.
What my concern is more of that 2024 will be even worse and more volatile than 1968.
That's
possible.
And 1968, and 1968 and 1996, 2024 is in Chicago again.
Yeah, and that's another historical irony that's not lost is the fact that the Democratic National Convention is back in Chicago, Illinois, and 96 was very tame.
Yes.
68, on the other hand, if there are people here old enough to remember it or have read the history books, y'all know what 68 was like for the Democrats in Chicago. I'm just saying. So
right. Yeah, that's why in 96 it was really tough. But the thing back then was that in the 90s, that was the era of like Giuliani and the revitalization of Chicago. I was here. It was this college time. It was like living in Wonderland.
Yeah.
And then I look back now and I'm disappointed in Chicago.
Yeah, I was out there when Mayor Daley was Daley Jr. Let me rephrase that. Obviously not the old man.
Right.
But, Daley the younger, for lack of a better way of saying it, was mayor, and it was a glorious time to say Chicago. I mean, it had its problems, but nothing like what it is today.
No.
And I'm not going to lie, when the people of Chicago elected Brandon Johnson as the new mayor to replace Lori Lightfoot, I'm not going to lie, it kind of broke my heart.
Yeah, it did.
I mean,
did they really elect her though?
Oh, elect him?
Did they elect him?
Well, I will say this. I was watching the results of that.
What confidence?
Come in that
what
night.
percent confidence would you give for that election?
Yeah, but the thing is that
I don't have anything higher than 5% for any election anymore.
Yeah, but the thing is that it's like why would they need to rig election that they've already won? There's no Republicans don't exist in.
Yeah, but hold on a minute. I will answer that. I was watching the results of that race in Chicago come in that night, and it was basically two Democrats against each other in a runoff election. They had the original election in late March, and then in early April they had the runoff. And Paul Vallis was the opponent to Brandon Johnson. Both of them are Democrats, but Vallis and Johnson came out of two different wings of the Democratic Party. Vallis was out of that Clinton, Dick Durbin, more moderate wing of the Democratic Party. And the guy had an arm's length of experience both in federal and state government.
Yes.
The night of the election, he held roughly a, want to call it 20,000 vote. No, he held a lead. I'm not going to say the exact amount because I can't remember it off the top of my head. But Vallis had a lead all night long until about 80 or 85% of the vote was in. And then all of a sudden, this massive dump came in for Brandon Johnson. Out of nowhere.
You don't say.
I do say. Where have
I heard that happening before? That sounds a little familiar.
Just
I feel
a
like
little bit.
I've seen that story.
Just a little bit.
So who? Wait. Go ahead.
Anyway, probably an hour after that dump came in, Vallis could never make up the difference. And you asked me the question, how much confidence do I have in the election? Oh, I have confidence in the election. I know there was an election in Chicago. I'll just leave it at that. I just find it very strange that a guy's holding a lead all night long, and then all of a sudden, at the very end, out of nowhere,
Gets a pump.
a dump of votes come in, and his opponent just catapults past him. Yep. So
who benefits from this clown in Chicago?
The powers that be, because Brandon Johnson is like beholden to the teachers union harder than Lori Lightfoot ever was. And that ain't no joke. And let me tell you something about the teachers union in Chicago. You want the ultimate grassroots organization? There you go. That is what they
mafia
do. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know. Yeah, well. Well, now, John, I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. You know, we're all about free speech on the front porch, and that's why I'm putting the comment up there. So just saying. But yeah, that race broke my heart because I remember what Chicago was in the 90s when I was out there, and to see what it's turning into is just, it's sad. Yeah, well, you know, Brentley, you asked the question. Small Time Republic is chiming in with, you know, it kind of reminds him of something real similar.
Something I can't remember what exactly. It just it has that familiar deja vu feeling.
All over again, like Yogi Berra said.
Yeah, like we went to bed with one expectation and woke up, and all these charts had these vertical lines on them.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden there was just like nobody knew what was happening. It was very confusing.
And there were these videos of these vans that just pulled up at like 3:30 in the morning that still nobody knows where they came from or where they went.
Allegedly.
No. Allegedly is just what they had in the vans. The vans pulled up. We have the video of it.
I'll grant you that. And again, folks, we're not saying, but we're just saying. You know,
I'm blushing.
By the way, you come to election night results here on this channel. You get results, comedy, and a little bit of everything thrown in. So there you go. Just amazing, just amazing. So, gonna take another run through everything real quick. Looking at, yeah, this one's quite a night. Quite a night. Democrats hanging on in Kentucky. Down in Mississippi and up to no good. You got now a third of the vote in. And again, the incumbent Tate Reeves is holding a lead. The Ohio ballot initiatives look like they have passed and are well on their way to passage if they're not officially yet.
Is Mississippi the only governor up for grabs right now?
There were three governors up. One of them was Kentucky. Another one was Louisiana. But Louisiana, strangely, had something happen that I don't think's happened in a while. They've got a what's called a jungle primary system down there, which means that, you know, if you don't get above 50%, you go to a runoff. Well, the attorney general down there, who's a Republican, was expected to go to a runoff and then go to a November election. No, he got above 50% in their primary, which was a few weeks ago, and that's it. The whole question was settled. The election was settled right then. There were no further elections. He got above 50%, and that was it.
And he won.
Yeah, and he won right there. So there was Mississippi, Louisiana, and Kentucky. Now, the Republicans were expected to take Louisiana, but they weren't expected to take it this soon. It was expected that it would go into the fall, and then from there, that's where they'd pick it up. But they did such a good job, his campaign team, and got such a good vote, he basically blew the doors off the thing. He already won. Wow. The Republican in Mississippi is probably going to hang on, although it'll be tighter than it otherwise would be. The Republicans were hoping to pick up Kentucky, but obviously that's not going to happen. So But
I have an
in,
update on the OnlyFans girl. She is now back on top.
Oh my!
Pun fully intended.
Thank
By
you.
24 votes again.
Oh wow!
That was weird. But yeah.
What do you mean, OnlyFans girl?
oh,
Susanna
wait a minute. He
Gibson.
doesn't know this story. Yeah, fill him in.
Susanna Gibson is running for Virginia House of Delegates, District 57. She's a Democrat. And I mean, it's kind of just a silly story because apparently it leaked that, she had an OnlyFans page and it made the rounds on the news cycle. And so we're following that race. We're just wondering, is she actually going to
She's running
win or not?
for state legislature?
Yes.
Yeah, in Virginia, yes.
Yeah. And it's
So-
really close, 0.06% close.
And of course, she's a Democrat.
Well, she can take 0.06.
Wow.
Right in the gutter, folks. Right
You
in
can
the
go
gutter. This
For
live
like
stream is going.
$7, you can go see your state rep getting banged out. That's weird. I don't know how I feel about that. I think we need to pass a law that you can't run for public office if you have an OnlyFans page.
Well, if that's the case, then a
Kim
lot of people are going
Klacik
to
in
be.
Baltimore.
Wait.
Kim Klacik in Baltimore was a former stripper.
Remember all of these TV shows or movies or plot devices where they going, dun 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 dun, I have these photos of you. And it's just, dude, there are videos of me already out there. Who cares? Oh, okay. Shit. Okay. I have this website. It's out there already. All the things now that we think that someone would be complaining about are just like, it's okay. Who cares? Well, then what are we fighting about? What are we all complaining about?
It's like
And
they've
we'll go to the-
destigmatized sex to the point where you can't blackmail people with sex anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Except for all
Yeah.
those politicians that were caught boffing little kids.
Well,
See, that's
Like I
Well,
said,
Dennis
nobody's been caught.
Dennis Astor has
where's the list? Epstein list. Where's the list?
where's the clients? Why aren't they busted?
Where's the client list?
Yeah, and the
Good
comments in chat related to our OnlyFans candidate up in Virginia, I'll just throw them up here, and finally I'll put one more in, and there you go. Just saying.
Oh my.
Oh my is correct. But
Wow.
going around the horn to other races, Pennsylvania State Supreme Court, not called yet, but it looks like the Democrats are probably going to hang on to that one, which it was
Ew.
kind of expected. Yeah, I know.
Why are the Republicans not coming out to vote?
That's a great question. That is a great question.
Or are they
because-
cheating? That's my other question. Because
No,
Pennsylvania was very sus recently.
The last time, yeah.
Well,
and-
they're sus. They're the ones that are sus today. They're the ones
Dude,
with the
it's
voting
so
machines that
sus.
flip.
It's
We're
so-
flipping votes.
right? The flipping
Yeah.
votes. I mean, my home state. I grew up in Pennsylvania. Super sus. Used to be hardcore conservative. Changed over time.
Yeah, it was I won't say reliably Republican, but even up into the late 1980s at the presidential level, it was considered a Republican state.
You know what
When Clinton
happened? It
came along-
became the number 2 destination for old people retiring.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like the Florida of the North.
Oh my. Man, let's see.
It
What
is.
else have we got here?
It's
Rhode
true.
Island Special District 1 race. Democrats are going to hang on to that one. And in New York City, our one person we definitely was pulling for was Elizabeth Galusho. And unfortunately, she's been defeated. There's now 94% of the vote in, and it just that Upper East
She
Side of
had a good
Manhattan.
showing though. 18%.
Yeah.
That's not bad,
Yeah, for a person who's just running for office for the very first time,
right?
getting her feet wet politically, that's nothing to be ashamed of.
Against the incumbent. I mean, she was trying to break in. That's good.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you're in an area. Remember, Nancy Pelosi said this about AOC that in her district you could run a wine glass, slap a D on it, and it would still win.
You know the story of AOC, right? She was selected.
Yeah, I know.
She auditioned. She was chosen. They were
Groomed.
you will be the new one. She was like a fucking game show, like Donald Trump's Apprentice or something. That was how she got picked.
That's how it works. The RNC does the same thing. Camp Flagrant Triggers, who was on here earlier, he he tried to run for school board where he was at, but he can tell you about the opposition that he ran into with his local party.
Yeah.
Believe it.
Yeah.
There was a guy, I think it was in Kentucky. I remember he was trying to run, and I can't remember his name, but like the Republican Party blocked him because he was based and not like a neocon.
No.
It was just
You know why I'm laughing right now? Because again, if I changed my name and if I ran for president, I'd probably win. If I only did one thing, if I legally changed my name to put a D at the end.
Good point. Could be.
Because basically, who is this guy? Ruben Haynes, Christopher Haynes, D. He's a Democrat. Okay, let's vote for that guy. And all the morons would fall for it.
And there's some people that would. There is absolutely some people that would. You know. Oh, Crash, is there anything updated out in Colorado?
No. The site hasn't updated for 45 minutes.
Oh, that's right. They're not updating until like 11 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah, I guess they're just not gonna update it until then, and hopefully that will be the final results.
Okay.
It makes you wonder, like, why did they drop this first batch, and then I guess they just kind of decided, oh, maybe we shouldn't have gotten ahead of ourselves.
Well, I mean, maybe it was like early vote or absentee vote or something like that.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That could be it.
Yeah, which polls out in Colorado, I think, close on Mountain Standard Time, 8 o'clock Mountain Standard Time, I think. Am I thinking 7? Hang on.
No, the polls are. I believe the polls.
Yeah, the polls should already be closed.
Yeah, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they're just taking their time putting in the tally.
Yeah.
Some places are like that. I mean, I'll just. All right, Robert apparently is watching the results come in as well, and it's not looking good for Force Mommy at this point. But yeah, Robert, if you've got anything by way, I mean, more so than what we've got, but if you got anything by way of numbers, man, just feel free to throw it in there. We'll take any information we can get at this stage. So, but yeah, that's where we are right now, folks. We're just watching the results come in and sharing comments and commentary about this, that, and the other thing. So, we're going to be doing. This is kind of like a trial run for us. We'll be doing more of this next year. Which I got to start getting to work on that. So, by the way, if you want to message me offline and just let me know, things we can do to improve this. And on this, I'm being serious. I am being serious. So anything, message me offline, shoot me a message, either in Twitter or shoot me a message on YouTube. Anything we can do to improve the process to make it better for everybody. Like I say, we're trying this for the very first time, and I want to definitely do something on January 15th when the Iowa caucuses come around, when other primary nights happen, if they're big ones, like for example, Super Tuesday, stuff like that. Just to kind of get something going, and definitely we're doing something on the 5th of November. Absolutely.
Right.
We're doing something on the 5th of November. So anything we can do between then and now to improve the process, just like I say, message me on Twitter, message me on YouTube, and, we'll see what we can do to make it better for everybody. We want this to be a fun and interactive process for, not just us who are hosting it, but for everybody watching it. We want to grow the channel. We want to grow our audience. So anything that you think we can do to make it better, let me know.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. We can take the shtick up to a level 11 in a way, just like they did in the old radio days, where they had like the Texaco radio hour or whatever. It could be like the Flag and Triggers, special primetime football report or political report of the Iowa caucus. Could be something that funny. We have to let go into what we have to do, and then we can have like commentary from Brentley, myself, you, and then other things like that.
And we have one suggestion already. Just no, we are not going to do that. Don't worry, John. We're not doing anything quite that. Our coverage will be explosive. It won't be that explosive, okay? Just saying.
And in Parliament, no, we don't care about British politics.
No. I like British politics. I mean, they have a. I mean, their House of Commons is fun to watch. You know, they're
Well,
the
you
only.
know, go ahead.
No, we got an update from our friend up in Connecticut. All major Connecticut races coming in blue big time. 3 larger states. Ugh, that's depressing. That
I
is
mean,
depressing.
to some degree, this
Go ahead.
should, to some degree, I guess this is expected because we talked about the migration earlier. The red is fleeing the blue and just going to better states.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
then, my question for the panel here is, what impact does this mass migration, this fleeing from people going from California, or I should say, exiting California, exiting Illinois, exiting New York, going to Florida, going to Texas? What is the balance that's going to happen? What's
If it wasn't for the federal government, I would just call it an overall good thing because free market would just kind of adjust. California would fare less well and Florida would flourish, for example, right? But what's ultimately, I believe, is going to happen in probably the next year and a half or so is I'm expecting California to come to the Fed for bailouts.
That
And that's how they
wouldn't
stay
surprise me.
afloat.
Would not surprise me.
New York's
entire
gonna do it.
West Coast. Yeah.
They can't afford to keep 100,000 people on the government dole. You know, they're spending millions of dollars a day on feeding, housing, educating, providing medical, social services, transportation, clothing. Like, people don't understand what's going on in these like migrant centers. They're just getting like truckloads of free stuff, and it's crazy. Like, some of it's coming from NGOs, I'm sure, but the vast bulk of it, the government, at least in New York City,
Right, but the
Chicago.
NGOs are getting funded by the taxpayers still. Like
right. They're getting grants, right? So it's all one big, nasty, incestuous miasma of evil.
Yeah.
And one more update from chat. Now, is it city council or mayor or both? I'm just curious. You know that just ask.
Shit.
Yeah. It was a city that was like apparently Republican controlled, and after tonight, not so much.
Help me, Lord.
I mean, for my part, Ruben, to go to your question, I think what's going to happen as the migration keeps coming out of California, New York, Illinois, and all these other states, Jersey and others, they're going to continue to move to places like Texas, Tennessee, Florida, and other, quote, red states.
Right.
And the interesting thing in that is most of those people that are moving out of, the other states I just mentioned, they're not, I mean, there's been a worry, hey, don't you bring your liberalism with you? Don't you bring your whatever with you? The funny thing is, most of those people that are leaving are, kind of like what's going on in New York City. I mean, and Brentley was describing it brilliantly earlier, that, they just want, lower taxes. They want less government. They want to live their lives, and, to do so without, the heavy hand of COVID restrictions and everything else that goes along with it, because COVID opened the eyes of a lot of people. I will argue, to certain things that government was doing, they just didn't realize how bad it had gotten.
Right.
But when it got to the point the government's telling you, where you can go to worship or where you can't, whether you can go to the gym, whether you can leave your own house, what kind of job you can have, if you can have a job, people are like, that's it, I'm done, I'm out of here. And, and Brent, I think Brentley's also right, you're going to have places like New York City, Chicago, LA are going to start coming to the federal government saying, hey, you're allowing all this mass migration, you're allowing all this immigration to come across the border, you've got to help us, as opposed to saying, no, stop doing it, shut down the border, so it's...
And look what happened. Look what happened when they went to DC to complain. All of a sudden, the New York mayor is getting raided by his closest financial advisor is getting raided by the FBI.
Yep.
And meanwhile, it's all coming out in Congress through the House Oversight Committee that Joe Biden is dirty can be, taking millions of dollars from overseas, from the Chinese communists himself, and they've traced the money. Like that $40,000 check that went viral, that was Chinese communist money that was laundered through 2 Hunter Biden shell companies, 1 James Biden shell company, and a Chinese energy company. It was like 5 million. They keep getting whittled down until eventually it got the $40,000 back to Joe Biden.
But wait, his son is an energy expert. Remember?
Oh, he's
He
such
works
an
for
expert.
Burisma.
He's such an expert. It's
and it's
unbelievable.
Yeah. Some more updates. Cliff CC Jr. over on Rumble says, in Houston, Whitmire, Democrat, leads Lee by 6.7% with 49% of the votes in. Not unlike the 2020 POTUS election, I expect Lee to suddenly surge and win number of people who vote in Houston, etc. So, okay, Cliff, thank you for the update about what goes on in Houston. So, and from our friend up in Connecticut, our old mayor was a soprano, but the Dem who won is nearly ugh. And I love Connecticut. This is breaking my heart. This is just breaking the heart.
It's fine. It's natural. This is what needs to happen. They have to have their little, it's they have to have their way, and they have to fail. And
I don't
that's
disagree.
life. I mean, it's like, they don't know. They didn't learn lessons of the past, so they're doomed to repeat them.
Like I said earlier, it would be entirely a good thing as long as the federal government doesn't bail them out, because then you've created a moral hazard. There's no incentive to change their ways.
All right, on that point, I'll agree with you. But for folks like our friend up in Connecticut here, they still got to live with this until they're either able to get out or they can change. That's the bad part about it.
Yeah,
so,
no, there are people.
But I philosophically, I absolutely agree with you.
I consider those people hostages at this point, and I'd help if I could, but
it's like the Gazans living under Hamas, girl. What do you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, New York's, I'm going to say something that's going to sound horrible, but it's so true. New York City needs to fail miserably. It needs to fall flat on its face and just about a half a step short of falling apart. Same thing with Chicago, same thing with LA, and like you said, Crash, without them getting bailed out. The problem is, with guys like Biden in office, they'll just bail him out. That's one of the first things he did when he came in.
It's entirely possible. Watching the Congress right now, there's a little bit of hope. There's not a lot of hope because there aren't that many decent representatives there.
No, there's like a handful.
But that's enough. They've proven that is enough with how they dealt with McCarthy.
It is enough.
So they have enough that they can impact. We got to see what they do with this next budget vote that comes up, right? Because the continuing resolution ends in like a little over a week.
They have 17. So they got 10 days.
Yeah.
So we got to see, what are they going to do there? Are they going to maintain the status quo? In which case, that little hope for me is just going to be gone. That's a black pill. Or are they going to stand their ground?
I think is they'll pass a continuing resolution, but they're gonna get concessions on spending and what was the other one they wanted? I can't remember. But this was I was reading about it earlier because they want to pass like 12 more appropriations bills, and it's not gonna happen. So the only way they can get the CR with the approval of the House Freedom Caucus is if they give concessions on spending, and I can't remember what the other thing was. There was 2 things. It was like spending and something.
Might have been border security.
They'll probably get it because
it was probably borders. I do remember
border
that.
Security. That's what it was.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah, and that's I will say this. I understand up front Mike Johnson, the new speaker, is a politician. I expect him to act like a politician. But on the other hand, I'm a little bit like Crash. I'm like, okay, this guy so far is not necessarily disappointing me. Okay, the Ukraine thing. It's kind of, but that aside, so far,
Well, they
I
haven't
like
spent money
what I
yet, have
see.
they?
Yeah, that's the interesting point. You know, nobody, they're
Every day
deadlocked.
they don't spend money is the day I'm happy.
Oh, and isn't that sad? We've got to say that about our government.
Well, what's
mean,
funny is that
really.
the Republicans were like rushing to spend 14.3 billion for Israel, and the Democrats want to spend 105 billion on everything. And there's ain't nobody that's actually conservative being like, "Hey guys, what if we just don't spend any billions?"
Right?
That's true.
Yeah,
What
what
if
about
we just
0 billion?
try
Yeah.
No. It's the whole like thing, and we'd be like, let's try this strategy. Let's not spend anything, and you get the people going, "What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't get it.
What do you mean?
No, don't spend anything.
Don't.
Like
I don't-
even just
I don't get it.
like, I want to see them try just cut one agency. Just one. You have so many of them. Pick
No,
one.
cut them all.
Yeah, cut
No,
them
I'm
all.
saying like
All.
I want them all gone, but like
All.
since you'll never get that, but I'm like I would love to see them just because when was the last time an agency was cut?
Oh, girl, ever?
Right?
Well, and it goes back to the definition of cut. This is how perverse our government is. You say cut in Washington, they're like, "What? No, we want to spend 10%. You can't make us spend only 5% more than last year." And that's their definition of a cut. The cut in the rate of growth. No, we want, if you spent $1 last year, we want you spending 50 cents this year. That's a cut.
You know what's really going on here, right? Like the Democrats are this like communist Borg hive mind thing that is trying to destroy the currency and cause an economic crisis on a scale 100 times worse than the Great Depression so that they can rush in with their, technocratic solution, Bitcoin, whatever it is that, they will hoist upon us. And they get rid of the dollar, and now all money is tracked, all money is digital. You're in the system. If you misbehave, they can axe you, they can track you, they know where you are every time you spend money, they know what you spend money on. This is what they want long term.
Yes. This is what was it called? Cloward Piven strategy? Is that what it is? Do you remember? Glenn Beck used to talk about it a lot.
Yeah. They're already doing this in China.
Yes,
that is exactly why. Basically, because it's the we talk about the hive mind here. They have the hive mind, the Communist Party. So basically, it's like, you think about it. People who are the influencers are the ones with high status, and they actually have their high fashion, their fashion shows, or this and that, their whole Met Gala and tying their whole movie studio bullshit things here. It's all about telling people to go and come to the city, come to our work for factory, work for get higher status, be part of the factory. And then you get some poor schmoes who kill themselves jumping off because they being worked to death. And then what are we doing? Give me a new phone. Give me do this. And then also in Africa, what we're doing with little kids in the cobalt mines. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more. We talk a big game about being recycling, about the climate change, but we're not repurposing and utilizing the technologies we have, or going down any path to make a real difference. And we just all talk and no action. It's just done. It's crazy.
Oh, it's all surface appearance, right? It's
Yes.
all like it's smoke and mirrors. Like
Yes.
the whole thing with electric vehicles to me is hilarious because they pull it, they market it as, this good for the environment thing because electricity is clean or whatever, when it's like most electricity is produced by burning stuff. And, we haven't built a new nuclear plant in years. The ones that we have are really, really old and should be decommissioned. And these are like actual environmental concerns that like real environmentalists were like being, rah for in like the 70s and 80s and 90s. And then all of a sudden, like it became about like climate change and carbon dioxide and like the global warming. And it's like, pollution doesn't even like register on people's radar anymore.
Yeah, I know. What you know what I'm going to do, and Crash, you inspired me to do it. I want to talk to you about it too. Where I want to get an old car and rebuild it, and then
Yes.
and then
Did
and-
anybody
and-
see that Massey? Well, finish and I'll
no, again,
my thought.
and then maintain it, and then do it over and over and over again, and then make it repeatable as a channel that helps people find old cars, rebuild them, and reuse them, and they understand of how an engine works to fix it and do that stuff. And then we come up with ways to have people repurpose other parts from other cars to help people work, so that they can learn to not just throw away stuff, they can repurpose it for better use and donate it to families and stuff. Hey, here's a car. You want to get around the house? Get around the little neighborhood here. Here you have it. And it teaches a damn skill, going back to mentorships, apprenticeships, and helping your community grow. So that's what I'm all about. That's what's my big thing now.
Thomas Massey is trying to defund the kill switch mandate that Congress is trying to
okay,
put
cool.
through. So like in future cars, they're trying to make it mandatory that manufacturers put in a
Yes.
a kill switch, a remote kill switch, so that law enforcement can just kill your car. So that's another reason why you need to get an old car that won't have that feature.
Dude, that is again, here's the thing.
My next car will be an old, my next, like after this my current Ford Escape is done for. And probably before then I'll probably go searching for an old car.
No, we should talk. That's what I want to do, basically, because again, the idea, I'll just throw it out there for you. I want to go somewhere where I live inside the area where the car is, and then every day I build it and videotape, and then make a video of the whole process of the ups and downs of doing it. That's one of the stories I want to do, because again, it's a skill, and it's like I'm a slumdog millionaire of my own life because my godfather was a mechanic, so I know how to do things in the cars.
Yeah, my dad's a mechanic too.
Shit. Crazy.
Yeah, let me interject at this point. If my brow was furrowed, I was looking at something that just struck me weird. Brentley, I want your take on this. We were looking at some of the city council races in New York City. Brentley, how many seats did you say that there? I think it's 40 or 50 seats?
Is that like 51?
Yeah, 51. Okay. I want you guys to look at this just to talk about how dominant, or I should say dominating, the Democratic Party is in New York City politics. This is with 90 or 95% of the vote in. Look at some of these numbers. I mean, it's not so much how much they won by, but look how many city council seats the Democrats have. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 10, 11, 12. Now, here's the one that I don't... Now, here's one that's still competitive. Oh, yeah. I mean... Here's one Republican like the 19th, but there's a couple of races I don't understand. Maybe they just haven't updated this guy in 34, Gutierrez, he's winning like 95-5. There's 95% of the vote in. Maybe they just haven't updated this. I don't know.
So I'm looking at Jessica Finsky's race, right? But right below it, it says, and I know that these are preliminary results, but City of Edgewater Mayor. And currently this guy, Steve Conklin, is winning by 99.68%. His opponent has 2 votes.
Okay.
Alrighty then.
It's probably her and her husband.
Right.
I was going to say, well, at least we know one married couple who voted in that race. That's for sure. That's crazy. But yeah, going back to this, I mean, I don't know if New York Times hasn't updated. Here's a couple more. I mean, that race is over in 43. Same thing in City Council District 44. But I mean, just look, there's like maybe 5 Republicans out of 51 city council seats in New York City.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh my God, that's just ugly. Just ugly. Unbelievable.
It is
Just
what it is.
unbelievable. Yeah, absolutely.
Either
Totally.
through,
I always thought I'd be living inside a vibrant city, like living in Vienna in the turn of the century, or Paris, or walking everywhere, and because that's what I love. Chicago. I did the same. I did that in Chicago. That's how I was when I was a
No,
kid.
girl, this is the Kali Yuga. Everybody's gonna die.
And for happiness and joy, we bring you Brentley from Dangerous Radio podcast. But
I've been
yeah, it looks like we got
anticipating the
some-
end since 2006, so don't mind me.
Oh, okay. All right, so we are 20 minutes after 10 on the East Coast. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. Joined tonight by Ruben Christopher Haynes, Crash Mondo, Brentley from the Dangerous Rhetoric podcast, watching some of the results come in. And if you're a Democrat tonight, you're happy. Just to go around the horn real fast, in the Kentucky governor's race, Bashir has held on against his challenger, Daniel Cameron. In Mississippi, it looks like the Republicans going to hang on. There's like 57% of the vote in. Tate Reeves is leading solidly against the Democrat challenger. The ballot initiatives in Ohio, although not necessarily partisan, if you were wanting abortion to be not abortion to be legalized, well, yeah, I guess it is. Abortion, written into the state's constitution, that's going to pass. If you're wanting marijuana legalized, you're going to get that. So
sort of. So that abortion is that's a sort of thing because they can make it illegal after viability.
There you go.
So and, you only have I guess it's third trimester. I don't know when are babies viable.
I mean,
I would say it has to be at least 7-8 months, right?
What's that?
It has to be at least 7 or 8 months, right?
They're getting it sooner and sooner because the technology is getting better for NICU technology to keep babies alive when they take them out.
Well,
because I've heard, I mean, granted, their chances of survival are slim. Obviously, the younger they are, but I've heard as small as 5 or 6 months. So
wow,
yeah. And in Pennsylvania, there's a state Supreme Court race, and the Democrat. It's tightening up quite a bit, but still they have a lead. So we'll see where that one goes.
59%.
Yeah, 59% in, and it's tightening up. So we'll see what happens there. Pennsylvania's weird. I mean, any Republicans who've won over the years have always managed to pull it out right at the end. So we'll see what happens.
Because it's Philadelphia and Pittsburgh with Alabama in between.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the way it's been described over the years. So
that's it. But it's been moving. You can see how it's moved consistently more blue in the eastern part of the state.
Yeah,
with my home county there, Bucks. It looks like that boot above Philadelphia.
Yeah, there it is. Bucks
there.
Oh yeah. Oh excuse me. That's Montgomery. Hang on. What am I looking for here? There's Bucks. There it is. Yep. So we'll see.
Solid Dem. Although again, this is an off year. I don't know how much you can take these results as an indicator of what's going to happen next year. That's
true. That is true. I mean, that's something that Ruben and I were discussing, earlier.
And it's an off year. It's not just it's like a midterm. It's 2022 was like a midterm. That was sort of an interesting thing. This is gerrymandered Alabama. Yeah, I read about some Republicans doing some shady shit too.
Yeah, that's true. Very true. So to finish going around the horn, we got legislative races in Virginia. And Crash, you wouldn't happen to have an update on what is that? Virginia District 5? Our OnlyFans?
Oh, 57.
57. You wouldn't happen to have an update on that one, would you?
No, it has not updated.
Okay.
Let me hit refresh. No, it's still the same. Right? She's barely on top. What?
Okay, let's just be honest about it. There's no phrase you can use that is not gonna unfortunately have the tinge of innuendo to it. So we're just being as straightforward as we can be. So
I'm gonna be milking this all
night. We're not the ones having sex on the
I want to milk this all night. Okay. I mean, come on.
she sort of opened herself up to these jokes.
Anyway, moving on.
Oh, Lord.
Dear, yes. District 5 in New York City, Elizabeth Galusho, unfortunately, and I think Brentley's absolutely right. This was a race that she had long odds going in, and for somebody who is running for the very first time, the showing that she's had, nothing to be ashamed of, especially when you compare it against other, candidates up and down the ballot. I mean, some of them didn't even get 10%, depending on where they ran. So, nothing for her to be ashamed of. But, just speaking for myself, and I'm not saying that just because I interviewed her, but I think Brentley will say the same thing. Very proud of her. I mean, Elizabeth was willing to step up and make a difference, when nobody else thought she could.
She's a smart lady. She's like an MIT graduate. She's like a mother. She's a local resident. She lived in, the area for like 15 years. Like, this is a woman I would have felt like very comfortable in the role.
Yeah, I think she would have done a fantastic job. And personally, I hope this isn't her first and only run for public office. I mean, if she can put some good volunteers together and some very smart people, with the way she's able to utilize technology, you never know. She might, in a presidential election year, no, that seat won't come back. No, actually it does. I think this was because of the census and everything else. This was like a weird special election for their city council seats. I think if I remember reading right, that those seats are coming up again next year or the year after. I forget which. So, yeah, I'll take a look at that.
What is going to happen in 2030, the next census, with all the things that have been shifted? How many electoral votes the New York, California, Illinois will lose? All these blue states will evaporate. They'll lose their clout. Do you think so?
Absolutely. It's starting to happen now. They lost. I mean, they didn't lose a lot.
That's why they got to import all these third worlders.
That's what they want. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cynical, but true. Cynical, but absolutely true.
How many millions? Like 8 we're at? What? Like 10 by the time Biden's done? Maybe, if not more?
Yeah. And
I mean, that's on top of the 30 million that were already here.
Right? So, what percentage of the population is that? We're 350 million before?
Yeah.
Right, well, it's like 13-ish%, give or take.
8 million.
Yeah, and Trump's talking about some kind of idea of a mass deportation. I don't know how in the world you're going to do that.
Biden?
You kick out all non-citizens or green card holders.
Well, here's the thing. Here's how they'll do it. Basically, this is a speculation, of course. This is a scenario that since the FBI is warning things may happen, they allow things to happen. And then they kick everybody out, and then Biden gets reelected because they say that he can't crack down on to save America.
They don't have the resources.
No, Biden's gonna be dead by the end of the year. Mark my words.
Well, okay.
He's gonna
conjecturing YouTube.
There's gonna
conjecturing YouTube. We can conjecture.
It's a prediction, not a threat. All right. Gosh.
No, because they're gonna do it. They're going to do it because he's going to be too much of a liability for the establishment. They're not going to be able to keep him around. They're not going to be able to run him. And he's not going to go like quietly, like retire. Like that's not his thing. So they're probably going to have to, kill him somehow with if they could have an injection, he can have a heart attack. He could have a fast-acting cancer. He could have anything. They could do whatever they want with the stuff that they have in their little.
Then we have Kamala. What's it? Oh my God, it's just.
And then we have Kamala for a hot minute, and we'll see what happens. They're gonna pull somebody else in. It'll probably be like Newsom, but it could also be like a dark horse. It could be someone we don't even know yet. Because if you remember, Barack Obama in 2008 came out of like nowhere, and all of a sudden just started sweeping through the primaries.
We should find out where the DNC auditions are happening right now.
Could it be?
And then we should apply and see if we can be that.
I mean, it could be anybody. It could really be anybody or anybody. But they're going to have to get rid of him because he is a liability. He's going to expose a lot of shit. He's got all the names. He's been around for a long time. They can't let him. They have to give him the Epstein treatment. So
Well, but here's the problem for the Democratic Party. I mean, conjecturing aside, I mean, I think you're right. They've got to find some way to get him off the ballot. But the problem is, even if you get him off the ballot, everybody else who's polling against Trump, no matter what the name is, Newsom, Kamala Harris, etc., they're all losing to Trump worse than Biden is. That's the thing. I mean,
that's why they're not going to let go of these indictments and these lawsuits against him.
No,
it's going to come down to, it's going to be a wild ride because the Democrats cannot let Trump run.
No.
They have to get him out by some legal shenanigans.
And
well,
worse yet,
considering what they pulled off in 2020, why are they so worried?
Because I don't think they can pull it off again in the exact same way. Here's my theory. If they thought that they could count on the same sort of, let's just call it election fornication, Democrats would call it
fortifying.
Fortification. Yeah, they call it election fortifying. Robert Barnes, to his credit, coined the term election fornication. If they thought they could pull off the same kind of election fornication that they did in 2020, there wouldn't be nearly the effort to try to get Trump off the ballot. But there's no COVID this time. There's no excuse to loosen up the voter integrity laws.
Yeah.
And don't eat. All right, you two.
But they also haven't retightened any of the voter laws in any of the states where we had the problems.
Right.
Look at Arizona.
But they're going to try to bring back them mail-in ballots.
Yeah.
Well, but the other factor is this. Now you've got 4 years of Joe Biden, and you've got the average American voter doing a comparison. And this goes back. Ruben and I were talking about this last night.
Yeah.
You know, the great question that Reagan asked in the last debate in 1980, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Well, you've had 4 years of Trump, and you now will have 3.5 to 4 years of Biden. And the average voter, regardless of legal whatever against Trump, regardless of whatever corruption of Biden, it's going to come down to this. Here's Trump's 4 years. Here's Biden's 4 years.
Compare.
Which one am I better off under? And if that's the standard that decides the election, wins in a landslide, the Democrats know this.
No, so they're done. In a free and fair contest, they lose.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's just it. And that's why they're going to keep the legal stuff against Trump going as far as they possibly can. You know, we have an update from Connecticut. Just there. Ugh.
Good for them. You know what? I'm happy for them. I hope it really turns out like a utopia in Connecticut and everything is sunshine and rainbows and neo-Marxism. God bless and good luck.
They'll just spend all day sitting under a tree on a nice summer day writing poetry.
Maybe Ben and Jerry will come down from Vermont, or maybe Bernie will come down from Vermont and show the Connecticut people or the Connecticut government people how to make socialism a better place in Connecticut. And by the way, my friend up there, keep in mind this is tongue in cheek. We're recognizing that you and other good folks up there are going to have to live under this, but for those people that voted for it, may you get everything that goes with it. Just saying. But for those
meanwhile, I'm gonna be people, get out now.
oh yeah. We're gonna, if we can figure out a way to Berlin airlift you guys right out of Connecticut, trust me, we'd be doing it.
We need like 1,000 acres in like a really red state.
I mean, if we can pull enough money together, I'm sure there's some land in Florida. We can probably figure that out.
Well, we're going to like expand the size of Florida at the rate things are going down there. You guys have got people coming in every month.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah, I wish I could go back to Florida. It was just nice, but got to find a place. Well, the good thing is that now that I can walk again, at least, that for the first time in a long time I could walk normally. It's like, yeah, I just maybe yeah, I just want to just get back to life. Shit.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
Well, congratulations on being able to walk again.
Yeah. Yeah, I have an MS type of disease called myasthenia gravis. It's a muscle condition, and in fact, I was diagnosed 10 years ago, and I didn't know what was wrong. And basically, I stopped taking all the pharmaceuticals in 2018, and slowly been healing on my own. And then everyone passed away in my life, and then now I'm just on my own doing it. And the beginning of the year, I said, you know what, I got to start healing myself. I've dropped since last year 225 pounds so far.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
That's
So,
amazing.
yeah, and now
Yeah,
I have 180 to go.
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, he's on his way to being Jean-Claude Van Ruben. So there you go. Yeah, up in Connecticut. Yeah, I remember the story about why it is that you can't leave. So yeah, given what's going on with your family, I totally sympathize, understand completely. So, but yeah, my name is Brian Tripp, and I'm the Front Porch Conservative. It's about 10:35 here on the East Coast, hanging out with Ruben Christopher Haynes, Crash Mondo, Brentley from the Dangerous Rhetoric podcast. Flagrant Triggers had stopped by a little earlier. We had some invites out to some other folks, and, being that this was, kind of put together, I won't totally say last minute, but, probably should have sent the invites out a little earlier, but that's okay. We've been watching results come in without pulling everything back up. So Kentucky, the Democrats have held on to the governorship there. The Republicans look like they're going to hold the governorship in Mississippi, and they had won Louisiana a few weeks ago. The ballot initiatives in Ohio are passed or on their way to passing, and those races have been called. The Pennsylvania State Supreme Court, I do want to check that one again real quick, because that thing was starting to tighten up. I just want to see where that one's at. Okay, it's starting to tighten up. We'll see what happens. There's like almost 70% of the vote is in, so we'll see where that one goes. There was a special House race up in New York, or not New York, excuse me, Rhode Island. The Democrats have held on to that seat, which not that big of a shock. The New York City Council is the one that blows my mind. 51 seats up for grabs, and the Democrats are going to probably have 46 of them. So, yeah, that still just blows my mind.
God
Just
bless. It's going to be a utopia. It's the city of the future.
Yeah.
Wait
And
to
for
see what
me,
happens when they stop being able to give out all the supplies to the migrants.
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And we've got folks watching on Twitter, on Rumble. Oh my goodness. We got a slew of people over on Rumble. 25. Wait a minute. Am I looking at it right? Hang on. Where are my glasses? Oh my gosh. We've got a record. We have a record tonight. 25 people are watching over on Rumble this evening. So for all you Rumblers out there, how you doing? Welcome. If you're not a subscriber to the channel, please give me a sub. Go ahead. 27. It's climbing. Oh my gosh. Thank you for stopping by tonight. We're just hanging out, kind of watching election returns come in, hanging out with three very good gentlemen, and these guys. So I was wondering if you guys were still paying attention. It's like I thought, can I really slip that one by? But no. See.
No.
I've got some of the best, sharpest, and most attentive political commentators watching all this stuff come in with me tonight. So
this is definitely like my sleepy time in the evening. Like this is not peak Brentley you're getting right now.
Oh, but you know what? Even like unpeak Brentley is still, better than most live streamers you're going to ever come across. Folks, I'm telling you, he and his partner Daniel of the Dangerous Rhetoric podcast. If you're not following these guys on YouTube and on Rumble, give them a sub. Give them a sub, because these guys are good. There is no topic that they are not afraid to take on, no guest they're not afraid to have on, and no comment they're not afraid to make. So definitely give them a sub. Follow these guys. They are a couple of cool cats. And Crash Mondo is one half of the Clout Goblins. He and his good buddy Flagrant Triggers, and Ruben Christopher Haynes is a social media content creator in his own right. So if you're not subscribed to their channels, please check them out because they are definitely worth the follow. And if you're not subbed to my channel, what the heck's the matter with you people? Come on, help a brother out here. Yeah, 25 people over on Rumble. This is cool. There's been a really nice gentleman over there, Cliff CC Jr. has been commenting about what's going on in Houston, Texas. So if anybody's got updates from where they are around the country, yeah, feel free to drop it in chat. We'd love to hear from you. So yeah, this is our very first time doing this. It's about 10:40. We're waiting on an update from Colorado, which they're supposed to be updating around 11 o'clock. When last Crash checked in on it, our dear friend Jessica Fensky wasn't doing very well in her race. I think Robert's also following that one as well. So
yeah, still no update.
Okay, yeah, they got about
20
minutes to go before they give an update on that one. So yeah, we're glad for everybody who's been here tonight up in Connecticut. Flagrant, Gypsy's been here, Leanne's been here, Robert's been here. So for everybody who's dropped comments in chat, provided information, sent out tweets, Gettrs, Truth Socials, thank you and bless you. You guys are awesome. You've made this live stream really, really fun. You really have. So, and like I say, and fellas, if anybody needs to, if they've got other stuff going on, please don't let me hold you up. I'm glad to have you here and glad you're hanging out. So, but if you got, because apparently looks like he's about ready to pass out on me over there. So,
I'm getting sleepy.
Understood. So yeah, like I said, brother, you're not going to hurt my feelings. I get it. No,
but thank you. It's been a lot of fun. I enjoyed hanging out. It was good chat.
No. Well, hey, before you check out,
my eyes are getting all like twitchy. Like I've been staring at the screen too long.
Well, no, don't worry. You haven't like gone Exorcist girl yet, where you're like crossing them over and stuff like that. But yeah, and Ruben caught that one. So yeah, well, at least he's not spitting up pea green. At least he's not spitting up pea green soup. So, Brentley, do me a favor, because apparently it has been asked for. When are you guys going to stream again? Me, I'll be back Saturday morning. So, no, I'm not shutting it down yet. But,
I don't know. What's today? Tuesday? Maybe this weekend ish. It's a very busy writing week, so definitely this weekend earliest, possibly like maybe Saturday night. I'll see what we can get. I keep trying to get Mr. Basil. He keeps telling me he's going to show up, and then he doesn't.
Hey, you tell Basil for me. I want an update about his efforts to repeal the 19th Amendment.
I want to get an Israel stand and like a Palestine stand, and I want them to be like on my channel. That'd be entertainment.
By the way, did I happen to mention that old Brentley over here doesn't mind seeing people mix it up? So just saying. So yeah, tell people where they can find you. Tell people, Twitter and YouTube and Rumble and all that good stuff.
My Twitter is Kapopolis. It's down below, and I'm on Instagram at It's Brentley. One word, I think. And TikTok is I forget because
you're tired. We won't hold that against you.
I had one. So I had my one. It was It's Brentley. I think that one got nuked, or I was on Dangerous Rhetoric, and then that got banned, and then I switched to It's Brentley, and then they unbanned Dangerous Rhetoric, and then they banned It's Brentley, so then I had to go back to Dangerous. So I can't keep track. It's hard.
Okay.
But there's shorts. I put shorts up on YouTube. I put long stuff up on YouTube. Our long stuff is up on Spotify. Our live streams are all on Rumble because we get too spicy for YouTube. I don't even want to like bother with.
I couldn't possibly imagine.
So the live streams are totally uncensored. We go everywhere. We say all the things you can't say. I love to hear inflammatory. I like to have inflammatory guests. I love to have creative guests on the show. We just had Elizabeth Golushko on. We talked to her about New York City. It was really interesting. We've just been really slow lately. Daniel and I have both just been busy. Our lives have been very hectic since we've left the city. So things are just at a slower pace. We would love to have more. Like the ideal is that I have like one regular episode and one live stream a week, but that's just like not what it's happening right now. But we'll get there sooner or later.
Okay. All right. Well, brother, thank you for stopping by. We genuinely appreciate it. And one last quick update. I don't know if this gives you any hope, but Jackson Lee, that wonderful Democrat congresswoman from Houston, Texas, may be headed for a runoff. So just to let you know, there's hope.
Oh, good.
So, well, brother, thank you for stopping by. Go get
All
some
right.
sleep.
Good night, boys.
Good
Good
night.
night.
All right. Good night, sir. All right. So there you go. And then there were 3, along with 20 people over on Rumble and three or four people watching us on YouTube. And for everybody that's still here, bless your hearts. And if you got stuff you got to do, I get it. Like I say, we're probably going to wrap this thing up after we get an update on Jessica. So, because like I say, this is the very first time we're doing this. There's going to be things we're going to do to improve it. And if you got suggestions, let me know offline. Shoot me a message on Twitter, shoot me a message on YouTube, and drop me a comment, and we'll figure it out from there. We'll try to incorporate every good suggestion that we get, and we'll try to make this process better. The next time we're probably going to be doing this, as far as like election night coverage, it's probably going to be the Iowa caucus on January 15th. But in the meanwhile, in between, there's going to be live streams, there's going to be videos. I'll be doing, to answer your question up in Connecticut, I'll be back Saturday morning with my live stream, Front Porch Brunch. And I'll tell you, we'll just take it around the horn while we're waiting. Crash, you want to tell everybody where you guys are doing your next live stream?
We stream on Saturday evenings, usually around 7 Eastern on Flagrant Triggers channel on YouTube and Rumble.
Okay, cool. Ruben, what about you?
The live stream I'm on currently right now on Friday night after the Friday Night Tights is with Janet from Another Planet and other folks on her show channel, The Shit Show. It's starts around 9 o'clock.
What's it called again?
It's The Shit Show. It's on Friday nights.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, and I simulcast it on my channel. I have been doing videos, but right now I've been really concentrating on my healing and feeling a lot better. So I'll be putting more content out very shortly. And I have content on Rumble, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube.
Okay, very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, we're on currently right now. We're on YouTube. We're on Rumble. We're on Twitter. Okay, I just now that I'm thinking about it, I've seen, just out of curiosity, how many people are watching this on Twitter right now? I'm really curious. Okay, now hang on. Let me get back to trying to figure out how many folks are watching this right now. So it's not bad. Okay, well, all right. Well, it's not quite as good as I thought, but all right, we'll take that. We'll take some of that.
I do want to. There was a local issue, or maybe it was a statewide issue in Colorado called Proposition HH that Jessica Finsky was advocating against.
Yes.
And
what's going on with that one?
It appears to have that the nays have won.
Okay.
I mean, I'm assuming that these are final results. I don't have a percentage of. Again, it doesn't tell me like percentage of. Is that 100%? Is there going to be another update? God, why don't people think of these things?
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
For those who are watching right now, we're kind of. I'll go around the horn while we're waiting for the results on Arvada, Colorado. We're following the race for Jessica Finsky. She's running in District 4 in Arvada. She's known on Twitter as Forest Mommy. So we've interviewed her. Crash and Flagrant Triggers have interviewed her. I've had her on my channel a couple of times. So we're just kind of seeing how that one's kind of shaking out. But to go around the horn real quick, in Kentucky, the incumbent Democrat Governor Andy Beshear has held on against his challenger, Attorney General Republican Daniel Cameron. There's about 88% of that vote that's come in. Moving around the horn, there's the governor's race in Mississippi. It has not been called yet, but 70% of the vote is in. Tate Reeves, the Republican governor incumbent, being challenged by Brandon Presley. And it looks like he's going to go on to victory unless there's a dump of votes that come in that nobody knows about yet. So that will be a Republican hold. In Ohio, there were 2 ballot initiatives, one having to do with abortion. That was issue 1. And that will codify it into the state's constitution to guarantee the right to abortion. But people have been saying that the language is so broad, it's going to start allowing in things that voters in Ohio were not planning on. But we'll see how that shakes out. The other ballot initiative that was on the line tonight is for marijuana legalization. It's going to pass as well. Both of those have about 90% of the voting. And yeah, they've both been determined that the yays will prevail on those questions. So moving around a little bit more in Pennsylvania, there's a state Supreme Court race. 75% of the vote is in. It's not been called yet. The Democrat does have a lead. So kind of waiting to see how that one shakes out as well. If you know anything about politics in Pennsylvania, if you're a Republican and you're running statewide, if you're going to win, it'll be right at the end because the vote has got to come in from various places around the state. Pittsburgh, which is Allegheny County, is heavily Democrat. Same thing with Philadelphia County. Harrisburg tends to be Democrat, but everything else around the state, if you're looking at it, look at all that red. So just saying, we'll see how all that shakes out. There was a special election in Rhode Island for a House seat. Democrats look like they're going to hang on to that one. The New York City Council races, 51 seats, 46 of them are going to go to the Democrats. So, and there's also special election. Well, I shouldn't say special elections. We're waiting to see how the makeup of the Virginia legislature shakes out. So keeping an eye on that one. And that's more or less where we are right now. So any thoughts, fellas?
I basically say the fact that, like I said, when we started off, the idea here, we see things on the initiative level. It's all about my backyard, things, local issues.
Yeah.
The big media will spin this as, Democrats won and these things. But again, it's all about local. And you see these initiatives, see how people are voting. The areas of the country are pretty, homogenous. Ohio is very homogenous. It's not, there's nothing special in Ohio. It's just very much a cosmopolitan city. Same thing with, like Kansas or, where else? Florida, in a way, is very homogenous. Texas has its own identity. California has its own identity. New York has its own identity. They're very strong in that regard. And that's why you have those things. That's why you see New York is all Democratic, because that's classically what they do. And that's how they'll be. It's ingrained in tradition. So all this is basically says the lines for 2024 are drawn, and we have to basically continue to poof forward and uncover the truths so that we all can have a better future.
Crash?
All right, so I didn't actually hear your question because I'm trying. The main website for Arvada updated, and it looks like the numbers are unchanged. I can't 100% confirm that those were the final results, but I think those were the final results.
Oh, okay. What do you get? What's it look like?
Oh, it was the same as before. That 6,000 votes to 3,500, 63% to 36% in favor of Bob Pfeiffer. So.
Okay, and you say it has updated?
Yeah, the main website for the government elections page just updated like 3 minutes ago.
Okay.
So I think that means that's the official results now.
Okay. Let me go out to Twitter just to see if maybe I can put something out there. Don't know yet. So this was about an hour ago. Yeah, the numbers that I'm looking at, they had like she had like 3,500 votes. He had 6,900 cast. Does that sound similar to what you're at?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's what
And
it's been for like an hour and a half. But he just said it was unofficial results and check back later. But yeah, I had the other
oh,
website up, and I saw that it refreshed, and it showed what appeared to be official results for the race, and the numbers aren't changed.
okay. Okay, then probably what they did, if I had to guess, probably what they've done is they got their tally, they wanted to go over it again.
Mhm.
So, we shall see. And so, yes, the Dems win most of the seats in New York City. Not surprising, but keep in mind that the Republican got a nice amount of votes on the races that they participated. Yeah, very true. That's very true. And Boaz, I saw your comment to me in Twitter, and I've got the suggestion. I'm gonna, if I can figure out a way to do it, I wouldn't mind trying it. Maybe let X number of people. I don't know how I'll figure it out, but it's not a bad idea. We'll kick it around. But yeah, thank you for giving the suggestion. Thank you for the comment. So.
OnlyFans girl has taken a larger lead now.
Oh, really?
And I managed to say that without sounding incredibly sexual. She's up by almost 1,000 votes.
Oh,
let's see, more like 900 votes. It's 890 votes difference, with 77% reporting.
okay.
But yeah, if you want to, I'm gonna post the link for the official site if you want to bring it up for Armada.
All right, yeah, we'll let everybody take a look at it. So yeah, just shoot. Yeah, okay. I just see it. I just saw it in private chat. Hang on. And yep, there it is. Same set of numbers. Yeah, it's the exact same thing. Exact same numbers. So let me put this up for everybody to take a look at it.
Yeah, and that's City of Arvada government. So these are the official results.
Yeah, I'd say you're absolutely right. Oh, Jessica, bless your heart. I was so hoping she'd pull that one out, because Lord knows she threw her heart into that race.
Mm-hmm.
So that'd be a shame. That'd be a shame. Well, okay. I'm just typing a real quick comment.
Okay. Close some of these other tabs out.
Okay, well we're gonna wait for Ruben to get back before we bring this thing to a conclusion. But for everybody who's been watching, be it on Rumble, on YouTube, all over the place, for myself, and I think I can safely speak for everybody. Thank you guys. Like I said, we're gonna wait for Ruben to get back before we shut this thing down. But I can't thank you enough for a live stream that was put together in a handful of days, and doing it for the first time, and everybody who's participated: Crash, Ruben, Flagrant Triggers, Brentley, and everybody in chat. Okay, he's got a little more perspective on Elizabeth Galoshi's race in District 5 in New York City. Got over 3,000, almost 20% of the votes with less than a $10,000 budget. Wow. Well, that's a good question. I don't know what the budget was for the incumbent, but still, that's a good perspective on it. 20% of the vote with less than a $10,000 budget. That's amazing. And it's a shame that Republicans up. Well, I won't speak to it because I don't know all the dynamics of it, but just from the outside looking in, it's a shame that Republican fundraisers. Now, anyway, yeah, simple answer: if she had more money, probably would have been a more competitive race. But still, 20% of the vote on $10,000 budget. That's amazing. Just absolutely amazing. So, yeah. So definitely cool. But yeah, everybody who's participate tonight, be it in chat, with comments, everybody on Rumble, everybody on Twitter. You know, I cannot thank you enough. Like I said, this kind of live stream, we'll be doing this again in January. And if you've got suggestions for how to make it better, let me know. I mean, give me shoot me a message on Twitter, shoot me a message on YouTube. If we can find a way to incorporate the suggestion, we'll do it, because we want this to be an interactive process where everybody gets to participate. And also we'd like to grow it, not just the live stream, but the channel. And if you're not subscribed, feel free to give me a sub, be it on YouTube or on Rumble. So, everybody who's been here tonight's been absolutely fantastic. And like I say,
so what was your question that Ruben was asking while I was refreshing the results for Jessica's race?
I'm not sure what Ruben's question was. Now that I think about it, I'm not totally sure. So yeah, it's been a long night. This is surprising, and I gotta say, there's been a bunch of firsts for me tonight. This stream has gone 4 hours and almost 15 minutes. That's the longest live stream I have ever done. So the fact that I'm still able to speak gives you an idea just of how big a mouth I've got. Just saying. Either that or resilience, one of the two. So,
I mean, you can lose track of time streaming. I used to stream on Twitch, and longest stream I ever did, like 9 or 10 hours, because I was doing a Hearthstone tournament.
Wow.
And it was a bigger tournament than I anticipated, and I got a little bit further than I anticipated, so I had to keep coming back.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Okay. It was a long day. But man, yeah, after about 6 hours, I was like, I think I was getting kind of loopy.
Yeah.
You would have thought I was drunk.
Yeah, that's another thing that's kind of shocking, that I haven't broken out a bottle of something at this point, because if this were back in the days when I was volunteering or working in campaigns, these results tonight would absolutely be depressing as all get out. So, yeah, at least from the Republican perspective anyway. But on the other hand...
Yeah, I mean, from a libertarian perspective too, like we haven't had a lot of... I mean, we just haven't. We've existed for over 50 years now.
Oh, yeah.
And
yeah, I think
we've gotten some in office, but when you compare it to like how many offices there are out there, which is what my involvement in my local libertarian party kind of opened my eyes to, because I was like looking at like what races are there, who, I'm like, I don't even have enough people coming out to our meetings to fill out one city council, much less run for any of the other 10.
Oh, I know. Just, it's there was one comment, let's see if I can find it real fast, that John McGarvey had dropped in talking. Yeah, here it is. This is from earlier. CIA has controlled our elections since the early 1960s. Why do you think the divide is always so close? Don't know that I agree with the first part of that statement, but yeah, I can understand.
Well, they've controlled our government since the 60s for sure.
No, that's absolutely true.
Yeah.
That's, maybe not the CIA, but a certain mindset, a mentality among people, the professional class in government. So, that let me get your take on something. You always hear the expression, this is the most important election in our lifetimes. And usually when I hear that, I want to yell at the radio and go, shut up, Sean Hannity. But this is one of those moments, it's like, this one feels weird, because if we don't get a good handle on this one, yeah, we're sliding towards something that I don't even want to begin to think about. I mean, your thoughts?
The election part is actually just a distraction, because the problems that are going to befall us aren't going to be really the problem of electing the wrong people, because the problems go much deeper than that. It's the central banking system. It's the government spending at all levels, pushing between those two things and push so much inflation. That's what's really causing, or is going to cause it's causing hardship now, and it's what's going to cause even more hardship in the future. But they're just trying to convince you that they're going to solve the problem that they created, mind you.
Yeah.
But they're not going to. So even no matter who gets in, you're going to really see the status quo for the most part. Even with what the Freedom Caucus has done this past year, the improvements they barely count as baby steps when you consider the scale of the problems that we have. We're talking like, what's the deficit at this year? Is it like 1.5, or is it up to 2 trillion? It's insane.
Yeah, the deficit's running like $1.5 to $2 trillion.
Yeah, that's
just the deficit, not the debt, just the budget deficit.
Right. That's how much we're going to add on to the debt. So that's the other. We're already at 33 trillion there. Lefties like to throw this at capitalists. They say like that the debt isn't that bad because our GDP is so much compared to our debt. But the fallacy there is that the GDP is not the government income. That 33 trillion is solely government debt. That doesn't include like the entire debt of what the nation has, like my personal debt and the state's debt and corporate debt. So if you look at it from that perspective, their income is what, something like around 5 trillion, and their debt is approaching 7 times that amount.
Yeah.
I mean, God, what was it? I wish I bookmarked this, but somebody had posted something about what the interest payments are at now. And it wasn't pretty.
No.
Like, we're having to borrow to keep up. Like, that's like, if that happens in a household, you're in trouble. You're heading towards bankruptcy. Now, that bankruptcy won't necessarily apply for the federal government, because they're just going to try and print their way out of it. Essentially. And that is also an underlying motive for the wars. Like, I mean, there's a lot of factors there, but it's like we out or export our inflation. The whole thing about the US dollar being the reserve oil currency and why BRICS is such a threat, it's because the fact that it was always the reserve currency for trading oil meant that there was a high demand outside of our country, so we could print money and send it out, and then we don't feel the impacts of hyperinflation. But when the demand for it goes away internationally, we're in for big trouble.
Oh yeah. So these are not good days. That is for daggone sure.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, in one sense, the results of tonight's election were kind of expected. I mean, I think the Republicans were really hoping they could pick up the governor's mansion in Kentucky. And frankly, I thought that Cameron was going to perform a lot better against Beshear. So I'm really, tomorrow I'll start digging into some analysis and see if I can figure it, with listening to other people, who can crunch numbers and see political real estate better than I do, what happened. So, it definitely was disappointing on that score, but most everything else that's happened so far tonight was kind of expected to happen. I mean, everybody's trying to figure out what does all this mean for 2024. I don't know if we can figure that out yet. I really don't.
No, I think 2024 holds. The last few years, every year we have like new bingo cards, right? Like, it's just new stuff keeps coming up. You remember the murder hornets back in 2020?
Oh yeah.
Yep. It's always just a surprise. Like, I mean, and some things that didn't happen are also a surprise. Like the fact that Biden has made it this far, like just physically, medically, because he's
Yeah,
fading.
really.
Like I got to wonder what drugs they got him on to keep him going. And I'm surprised that they kept him going. Like they could have easily just, you know, let it naturally happen.
Well, yeah. I mean, I understand where Brentley's coming from with his theory about what's going to happen to Biden. Do not subscribe to it, and YouTube, nor does anybody advocate it, including Brentley. But yeah, I'm like you. I'm surprised that he's survived as long as he has physically, because I mean, I remember Gerald Ford one time described the White House as the ultimate pressure cooker,
Mhm.
and I can understand why he would say that. You know, but just kind of an interesting thing. So,
Excuse me.
well, folks, it's about 10 minutes after 11 East Coast time. Again, my name is Brian Tripp, and I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I've been joined tonight by Ruben Christopher Haynes, Crash Mondo, Flagrant Triggers, and Brentley from the Dangerous Rhetoric podcast. We've been watching results come in from around the country. For everybody who's been watching us on YouTube, on Rumble, on Twitter, again, thank you so much for all the comments. Thank you to John McGarvey for the $20 Rumble rant. In the history of my channel, it's the first time that's ever happened, and I know for what it was, and that will definitely be taken care of. So, again, if you've got comments about how we can make this better, let us know. Shoot me a message on Twitter. Shoot me a message on YouTube. Love to hear from you. We're going to do this again. This kind of thing specifically, January 15th, the night of the Iowa caucus. And this will give us a little bit of time to plan. In the meanwhile, I'll be back Saturday morning with Front Porch Brunch, 10:30 a.m. Eastern. So don't forget to stop by then. So yeah, for everybody who stopped in tonight, thank you so very much. We're going to go ahead and sign off for the night. So thanks very much for stopping for the first ever election night live stream, and we will catch all of you later. Good night, guys.